All right, let's get some lights on. Class is in session. You show up late, there could be consequences. Well, as you probably saw in the title, we're going to be covering a machine out of the great state of Indiana today, the Hoosier state. And it belongs to none other than Teresa and her husband. Had to look. Joseph! Teresa and Joseph drove up to the workshop all the way from Indianapolis, Indiana. And their goal was to get the best possible service they could for their Singer 15-91. Come on. Yeah. All right, shut that light off. We're getting a reflection. There we go. Yeah, still getting reflection. Holy mackerel. How's that? Yeah, that's a little better. Well, if you don't know anything about anything, you know that the Class 15 has a long, proud history. Yeah, it does. So the first Class 15 came on the scene right around 1879. Yeah, it's been around a long time, right? And that was obviously the 15-1, which would have had a spoked wheel, a long beak shuttle system, and also would have had a fiddle base in all likelihood. Yeah. Fiddle bases are cool, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Well, a lot of models followed that leading up to this model that we're going to be focusing on today, the 15-91. Before that ever came on the scene, we had the 1511, the 1522. We had the 1530, the 1575, the 1580, the 1586, the 1587, 88, 89, 90. And by the way, the 1590 is basically the same machine that we're going to be working with today, but it doesn't have that potted motor. So finally, after the proud introduction of the Class 15 right around 1879, right around 1932, the first 1591 came on the scene. 1932! And the question comes up often. You show the 201-2, the big brother to the 1591 all the time. By big brother, it must have been on the scene before 1932, right? Otherwise, why is it the big brother? Well, it's the big brother because it's a lot bigger machine. But it came on the scene later than the 1591 that we're going to be looking at today. The 201-2 did not come on the scene until 1935, 3 years after the 1591 was introduced. Very different machines too, apart from their size. The 1591 has an oscillating hook system. The big brother, the 201-2, has a rotary hook system. So both great machines, similar but very different too as you look at them in detail. So speaking of looking at in detail, let's see where this machine came into the workshop, how it looked, how it felt, how it needed help really bad, really bad. So once you get past that pretty badge mark, that mark of distinction, all of a sudden you start to get a reality check on this machine. And the fact is, it had been neglected. It had been stored in a horrible place. It was in a horrible state. And it needed lots and lots of workshop magic. Yeah, it did. So again, from a distance, if you're shopping for a 1591 and you're on eBay or Etsy or one of the other venues and you see a pretty shiny machine, don't buy the lie, folks. The outside of the machine does not tell the real story of what the condition of that machine is. Don't be deceived. Don't be sucker punched. Ask that seller in-depth questions about the provenance of that machine, the maintenance schedule of that machine, and ask for those detailed sew-offs showing the top stitch and the lock stitch so you can try to verify what that machine is like. But you know what? If you're a real smart consumer, you're going to be going to that venue with a trusted seller. Or better yet, you're going to be coming to the workshop and getting that limited lifetime warranty. So if anything goes south with that machine, as long as you own it, guess what? You're covered. You're covered. So there's that pretty badge mark, but it's still kind of nasty looking, isn't it? It's got that varnishing on it, which is only the beginning signs of what you can expect to see when you start to go into that machine in depth. Filth and dirt and varnishing and crud everywhere. Wiring issues, motor issues. If you want to try to look up that serial number right now to date this machine, that would be super cool if you want to do that. I would appreciate it. So if you want to look up the full birth date, tell me the full production size for this particular model. You can see that the serial number is AL615232. I think that's a 3 on the end. Kind of looks like it. Could be a 9. Ah! Once I clean up that serial plate, it's a whole lot easier to read. Yeah, it is. I went with a general mix of music today, and we're getting some pretty crazy stuff. So if y'all want to turn the volume down, I get it. The other thing you're going to see right away in this shot that'll give you a big clue as to the date of the machine, the year of the machine, is you'll see that there is a class plate right there that says 15 dash, right? If anyone knows when those were introduced, when did Singer start putting the machine class plates on the front of the pillar? What year was that? I'll give you a huge clue. It's the same year that the 222K was introduced. And that might have been the motivation, right? An iconic machine like the 222K, the featherweight convertible. They decided we're going to make something a little bit unique about that year. So they added this class plate to all the machines in that year. Type it in the chat if you know. I'm going to turn this up a little bit because this is more my style of music. kind of funny. They have all the other music cranked up, and then they come to this piece, and it's like, hey, I can't hear you. So if you typed in the chat 1953 is when Singer introduced the class little plates that they added to the front of the pillar, you would be absolutely spot on. And give yourself an A in the class for the day and a pat on the back. Because a lot of folks don't know that. 1953 is when they started adding that class little plate on the front of the pillar. So we know right away that this machine that belongs to Teresa out of Indianapolis, Indiana, is from at least 1953 or newer, because that's when it happened. All right, let's go to the next shot. So hopefully you're able to look up that birth date. Again, as far as I can see, it's AL615232 is the serial number on this machine. Give us the full birth date and the production group size. So again, a distant shot of the machine. You know, from a distance, it doesn't look bad, does it? But wait until we get into some of the detailed progress shots, and you can find out why the workshop magic is so essential. Because other places you would go to get the machine serviced, and they would spend about 30 to 45 minutes on that machine. All of these areas that I highlight that are major detractors for performance for this machine would not even be addressed, to include the very hazardous situation concealed inside of that potted motor that I discovered as I put this on the operating table and really pulled out the scalpel and the forceps and everything else and did my surgical process on this machine. That's when the real stuff is revealed. There's a little fun shot of the outside of the workshop. If you ever come to the workshop, you're going to see the American flag prominently displayed, because I am so proud of that flag. And almost as proud, slightly below it, as it should be, is the cow country flag. So look for that if you decide to travel to the workshop. Now, this machine did not have a spool pin on top, which makes it a little bit difficult to sew, unless you want to try to hold onto the spool, maybe with a screwdriver or something. And yeah, you get the picture. So I did source the appropriate spool pin out of my collection of extra stuff, but it needed a lot of cleanup, didn't it? Yeah, it's kind of nasty looking. Front shot of the faceplate. Again, not bad from a distance. But when you start to get into it, especially the brain center. When I talk about the brain center on a sewing machine, what part of the machine am I talking about? Type in the chat if you know. What do I refer to this area as that we're kind of focused on right now? Kind of giving you a few seconds here. If you said the brain center, you're absolutely right. This is where the magic happens for sewing. This is where that oscillating hook system is going to be working in concert with a bottom thread and a top thread to create magic. Magic! And the magic comes in the form of page 34 plus stitching. But it can't do its job if it's in a condition like this, with filth and dirt and grit and varnishing and little woodland creatures, for all you know, all crudding up that hook system. That brain center is so confused, it's like having advanced stages of dementia for the machine. It doesn't know what to do. It doesn't know how to do it. We got to fix that straight away. Now we're looking at the top of the faceplate area. You can just see more of the varnishing. And I'm going to click through some of these pictures a little bit quicker. You're smart. That's why you're in this classroom. And you'll be able to see the focus areas that I'm trying to highlight for you. And it's general cleanliness, deferred maintenance, and filth that is just choking the life out of this class 1591. Introduced what year again was the class 1591 introduced? What year was it introduced? You remember me mentioning it? Type it in the chat real quick. What year did the first 1591 come on the scene? Type it in the chat. Even on the faceplate, you can see the filth just embedded into the chromium finish of what should be eye candy and jewelry. And right now it looks like, oh my gosh, what happened to that jewelry? Look at all that. And that's also in proximity to the upper tension unit, which for the Class 15, as you probably know, is a part of the faceplate. It's all one unit, but you've got to tear that unit way down in order to get all the filth and the yuck and to make the appropriate adjustments on it. And if you can't see in that shot, the back of that faceplate has just as much crud and filth on it. It is just atrocious how dirty and how filthy and how disgusting this machine was when it arrived at the workshop. And yet from a distance, it would have turned some heads. Now we're really getting more into this machine. Looking into that faceplate area, so essential with the presser foot bar, the needle bar, and a lot of mechanics coming off of that main shaft. Look at all that filth built up on that. How is it supposed to do its job? And imagine how hard that potted motor is working, trying to move the mechanics of the machine with all of this buildup on here. The varnishing, again, is a sticky, goopy sludge that just inhibits the movement and the free motion of the machine dramatically. We got to take care of this, otherwise that motor is going to be overheating and might even burn out. Look at that stuff, it's awful. Everywhere you look, filth, varnishing, crud, dust, dirt, grime. It's just disgusting. But you know what? Our first impression when we looked at this machine from a distance is, wow, what a well-kept machine. Well, the well-kept secret is, no, it wasn't. It was incredibly neglected. And also, in all likelihood, stored in a damp, wet basement or somewhere else like that. There's the side of our upper tension unit. There are so many parts and pieces to the upper tension unit that need attention. And that was evidenced more and more as I dug deeper and deeper into Teresa's 1953 Singer 15-91. See all that stuff? That's right on the rear side of the presser foot bar, and it's just filthy and crudded up. Take a look at that. And when I go through a machine, I go all the way down to the bolts and restore those as well. Everything gets attention. Look at that filth underneath that set screw that was on there. Everywhere you look. No, those are the mechanics inside of the faceplate. How are they supposed to work when they're like that? How are they supposed to work? Yeah, this is good music for it. It's like a nightmare. Ah! Now we're starting to focus on that motor, that potted motor. The good and the bad about a potted motor is that it's got that cover over it. It's out of sight, out of mind. Whether it's regarding the maintenance or the electrical safety of that motor, there's so much that can be overlooked. But that's why Teresa and her husband Joseph brought this machine all the way from Indianapolis, Indiana. They drove all the way here. And there you can see the data plate. I'll kind of zoom in on it a little bit so you can look at that data plate. You can kind of see it, sort of kind of see it. So type in the chat, what standard motor do 1591s and 201-2s, the big brother to this machine, what standard potted motor as far as amperage do they typically come with? There's two different options for these models. So back to an earlier question I asked you about birth date on this machine. You should have been able to look it up by now, and I'm sure the moderators have already confirmed it. But you would have found, if you looked up that serial number I showed you, that this machine was born November 20th, 1953. 50,000 were in the production group size, which is not incredibly rare, but it's pretty standard. It's probably around 50% of what some of the larger production group sizes are for Singer. But nonetheless, it's a great machine, isn't it? It's a fabulous machine. So if you typed in the chat that the standard motor that you can find on these 1591s, that again came on the scene in 1932, 3 years before the 201-2, and I didn't stop the motor, I didn't stop the music motor. YouTube is having issues. YouTube is having issues. Yeah, they are. So if you type the motor choices, potted motor choices for the 1591, the 201-2, is either going to be a 0.5 or a 0.6 amp motor, then again, give yourself an A if you didn't already get an A in the class, and pat yourself on the back because that's absolutely spot on. But it's like going back to the Husqvarna or the Husqvarna machines when I'm talking about the motor difference between a 1 amp and a 1.5 amp motor. Once I get done optimizing a 0.5 amp motor like this machine is equipped with, it's going to run neck and neck with any of the potted 0.6 amp motors. It just will. So no worries there. All right, I'm going to try to give CPR to the YouTube music again and see if we can get this puppy going. Now, I wish they would solve their problem, because for those folks like me that like to play music during premieres, it's really irritating. And if you don't know about the potted motors, there is a worm gear that comes off of the motor and interlaces with the balance wheel gear, and it gives it direct drive positive traction. You never need to put a belt on the 1591 or the 201-2, or much earlier on, if you go all the way back to the 101 Singer model, that was really the introduction of the original potted motor, right around 1920. That also is a gear-to-gear machine as well, which is great for launch and power and delivery on heavy-duty sewing. Just showing you again the filth on this machine everywhere. We're also going to be discovering additional issues once I take this motor more apart, so I can inspect the commutator, take a real close look at the stators and the stack lamentations, and also inspect the wiring. The wiring, again, because this is a closed case motor, the heat from the motor builds up in here and it degrades the wiring very quickly over the years, along with the environment of oil and everything else. Also going to be pulling the motor brushes as well. And the reason I'm cleaning that little groove out with my dental tool is I want to be able to fit that screwdriver in there fully so that I don't crack that little cap. That little cap is plastic and they are very vulnerable to cracking, very vulnerable. Plastic, as you know, gets more and more brittle over the years. Just a distant shot showing you the activity on the workbench. And I believe we're back to the beginning again, where you can see a real clear shot of that medallion, the clasp plate, and the serial plate as well. Yep, we've gone full circle. Full circle. All right, let me close this one and I'll set up the next one. All right, whoops, I just did something bad. Woo! I hit the wrong button, hold on. We'll get it. So that should be the second set right there. There it is. So the second set, we're continuing to look at the motor, right? But we're going to discover that there's more than just cleanliness or servicing issues with the motor. We've also got a major electrical hazard because the wiring has been compromised. And again, if you went to a general service center, and there's Herr Obermeister's kind of checking things out as well. He loves mechanical things. But if you go to a general service center, they're never going to ever go to this depth on the motor. And what a horrible truth, because what you don't see in that motor as those wires degrade and they can ground out on that metal casing that is connected directly to the body of the machine, you as an owner could all of a sudden be put at risk. Or worse yet, if you leave your machine plugged in, your household could be at risk because it's a major fire hazard. This is again why people will send their machines from around the country, around the world, because I'm the only workshop that I know of that goes to this surgical level, not only to optimize the machine, but to also keep that owner safe. Look at this wiring right here. Bare wires inside of that potted motor. Bare wires. Both here and here, bare wires. I can't tell you how dangerous that is. I'm so glad that I caught it through my process. I'm just going to click through these on a steady stream because it's just showing you the environment of that motor, the motor that is so essential to power this machine. I love my new magnet light. Oh, it's a lot of fun. Starting to tear the electrics apart now and inspect those as well. There we're looking at the side of the motor, and right here, if you don't know the motor parts, you're looking at the stacked lamentations, which are an essential part of that electrical field in concert with the stators. There we're looking at the side of the balance wheel, and that's one of our clutch retainers right there. That feeds into the main shaft. There's our balance wheel, and the balance wheel on the 1591, like the 201-2, has very unique engineering in the balance wheel. It's not just a balance wheel that slides on, but it also has a spring release as well on it because of the function of it engaging with that motor joining gear. It allows a little bit of a flux so that that motor is going to be able to smoothly feed the power down that main shaft without hitting a wall or locking up in some way. Now there's the environment that is so essential to keeping the motor running efficiently and allowing the mechanics of that main shaft to turn easily. With all of that crud in there, how do you think that's working? That's all old caramelized, fossilized grease that is almost like glass, which means it has no fluidity at all. It's not doing its job of lubricating, which means all of those metal parts are slamming into each other. Again, go to a general service center where they're going to spend about a half an hour to 45 minutes on your machine. They're never going to go to this depth and purge this of the old nasty grease and service all the parts in there that need to be serviced, and then add my special proprietary pink grease to it as well. Look at that stuff. It's like sewage. It's like a septic pool. Oh my gosh, it's disgusting. Not to mention it's killing the machine and it's causing the motor to work so hard. Look at that wiring right there. Again, electrical tape is a wonderful thing, but it's a temporary solution. It's not a permanent fix. How many times have you heard me say that? And yet people will continue to try to use electrical tape like it's a permanent solution. Electrical tape loses its adhesiveness after a relatively short period of time, being at such close proximity to an oil-rich environment like a sewing machine, and then all of a sudden you're vulnerable because the electrics that you're trying to protect all of a sudden will become unraveled. And then you've got live electric wires in close proximity to a cast metal machine. Do I need to say more? Hello? Look at that. Already that electrical tape is failing, and yet no one was to the wiser because it was tucked behind the junction connection where all the wires come in. Look at that. Bare wires as well. Not good, not good. Now she's good, and she's beautiful too, isn't she? Some gal, I have no idea what her name is. You could type in the chat if you want to come up with a name for her. But from probably the 1950s, and she is modeling a beautiful, what I would consider to be a dignified but sexy outfit. Isn't she lovely? Wow. You know, nothing against younger women, okay? Nothing against younger women. So if you're a younger woman, take this in the right way. But there was a natural classiness to women that were probably in their 20s in the 1950s. They would have been born in the 1930s, kind of like my parents. My mom was born in 34, dad in 1930, and they were just, there's just a classiness about that era, isn't there? There just is. I love this music, don't you? This particular one has kind of a Jewish or a Greek flair to it, doesn't it? This is called Old Yashama. Old Yashama. I'm bouncing right now, you can't see me, but how can you stand still with music like this? Look at all that crud I'm pulling out of that motor casing. That reservoir adjacent to the motor and the main shaft. Oh my gosh. Stuff's like dried out Play-Doh. You remember the Play-Doh we used to play with as kids? How when it would dry out it was just nasty? Sometimes you could add water to it and revitalize it a little bit, but not to this stuff. This stuff is done. It was done years ago. And yet people continue to operate the machines, just, I mean, killing their machines with a degraded environment like this. Look at that stuff. Oh my gosh. Where is my hazmat suit? There you really get a picture of it. How is that supposed to protect your machine and provide adequate lubrication when it's basically, it belongs in a cesspool? Yeah. I mean, if anyone's ever lived in the country and has a septic system, there it is. Oh. They were looking at the rear of the motor, which in the potted motor is really, really tucked away. You have to really go after it. And there you can't even see the commutator because it's so crudded up and filthy. This should be the commutator right back here, but it's just saturated in filth and dirt and oil and carbon dust from the motor brushes. How the motor can even turn over, which it barely did. You know, it's pretty obvious why it's not optimized, right? More digging. More surgery. More work. Just on the motor area, I'm going to spend more time than the average service center spends on your entire machine. You see what I'm saying? Now here I'm taking off the entire potted system, and over the years it fuses to the body of the machine, so I'm using my torch to heat up that metal so I can carefully and safely remove it, because that's the only way I'm going to be able to do all the work on that potted system that I need to. And yes, I'm saying potted system, not potty system, although it kind of looked like a potty, didn't it? Yeah, it did. And here I'm carefully using a mallet with a piece of wood to work that away from the body of the machine. And there's the potted system right there. Now you're really getting a glimpse of what condition that motor assembly is in. It's just atrocious, isn't it? And yet initially, remember again, the distance shot of the machine. If you were looking at this machine on eBay or Etsy or something, you'd be like, holy cow, what a sweet 1591. It's got to be perfect. Reality check. Never judge a machine by its cover, the outside. The true story of that machine, how it's been maintained, how it's been serviced, how it's been treated, how it's been loved, is on the inside, which that seller is never going to show you. They're never going to show you. Oh yeah, what a great song. Oh, I love it. And this is called Yishmak Chatoni. Yishmak Chatoni. Something like that, yeah. Oh, it's a great song. And then we're looking at the pitman arm through the side panel of the pillar. It's actually got a number on it, who knew? Now we're kind of looking at the lighting assembly. The lighting assembly, and just kind of checking that out as well. I started it over again because it stopped running again. YouTube, fix the problem, please. So the reason I'm showing you the lighting assembly is for a variety of reasons. There's many components to a lighting system like this. There's the glass that you can see right there. Then there's a reflective shield. There's electrical and copper contacts in there that have to be cleaned and serviced. And then obviously inspecting the electrical wiring itself. Again, would not happen at a service center. They would not have time. Look at how filthy that light is. This is going to keep the original incandescent bulb. But even if I were to replace it with an LED bulb, as filthy as that lens is on the light assembly, you would not be getting hardly any of the light down on the bed or the needle. More parts coming off, more in-depth cleaning and servicing. There's that potted motor again. Now I've tilted the machine back and we're going to be inspecting the bottom of the machine as well. If you didn't know it, this 1953 1591 has a screw that can be released on it like its big brother so that you can lower the feed dogs. And that's going to be right below the raceway area, a little bit towards the pillar. And it was totally fused up, but now it's nice and loose when that screw, so that it'll be real easy if Teresa wants to do free motion quilting or something like that. She just has to tilt it back a little bit, loosen that screw, and she can drop the feed dogs on this model. There's our shaft on the bottom, which is also, you can see, it's just filthy and covered in varnishing and filth. That's feeding into the raceway area, which is just choking with dirt and nastiness. Yuck. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Holy mackerel. That's the bottom of our slide cover right there, and even that has rust and varnishing and filth on it. See, that's where I say that this machine was stored in a bad place, most likely a basement or maybe a shed, because it doesn't just have varnishing, it also has rust as well. There's part of our hook assembly. Look at that. How is that magic supposed to happen in the brain center when it's like that? No way. No way. And there you can get a real clear view of part of the oscillating system on this machine. Again, the big distinction between this 1591 and its big brother is that the big brother, the 201-2, has a rotary hook system, which means that hook is going full circle around and around and around and around. The oscillating hook system is going to act like a pendulum or a metrodome. It's going to be going back and forth like this to complete that hook cycle. Look at all that filth in there. It can't do its job right now. Even Mr. Bean is shocked. Look at that. Mr. Bean never goes by dirt and yucky stuff. But he had to check it out for himself because he heard me saying, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Oh, that's a fun shot. I'm trying to remember how I took that. I think it was like from the top of the pillar or something like that, or from the bottom of the pillar. I don't remember. There's all the components of the hook system right there. Each one has to be serviced and restored properly. Here, Obermeister checking out that potted motor and the filth of it. And now the Singer repairman and his alligator are even coming over to check it out as well. These are two of those very dignified ladies, and if you can read the caption, you can see, you stir up the cocktails, I'll stir up the trouble. Yeah, living in a small town, I can tell you that when I sit at the restaurant sometimes, first thing in the morning to have coffee, you can hear all the news of the town being distributed like a newspaper vocally by the different folks sitting at other tables. And there the alligator is even wanting to help out by holding a screwdriver for me. And you've never seen our friend before, but Emma sent me this turtle from Florida, and he's been waiting patiently on the workbench to get involved in the process. So finally today, with Teresa's 1953 1591, the turtle and Mr. Bean are getting involved in kind of checking things out a little bit and giving me feedback on what they're seeing, because they can crawl in the spaces that I can't fit. That's part of our bobbin winding assembly there, looking at the kickback spring and other components of that, which are just laden with varnishing, filth, dirt, dust. Looks like almost pet hair and stuff, and it's not Hank's hair. Hank has real long hairs. These are short, stubby ones. Now look at that gear, how filthy it is. That's the gear that interlaces with the balance wheel. It's so crudded up right now, it was barely turning. There's our upper tension unit, and you can see how dirty that is as well. Again, the upper tension unit, if you're brand new to sewing, or if you've been sleeping in class, the upper tension unit is going to regulate that lock stitch. It's going to be pulling up as the bobbin case is pulling down. It's a constant tug of war. And I think we went full circle now, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, we did. There's that horrible wiring again that was in the potted motor. That was a fire waiting to happen. Whoa, that was weird. I just closed that one and the whole thing shut down. Hold on a second. Double checking to see that I didn't miss anything. Hold on a second. So yeah, we should be on set 3 now. And I'm gonna introduce the machine, and we're gonna do some sewing before we look at some of these additional progress shots. So let me get the lights back on, and let's finally move over to the machine. But again, I want you to understand that in our classroom setting, you've got to understand the process that gets us to that Premiere before you actually launch into the Premiere and say, hey, let's just do sewing with the machine now. We've got to do the progress steps so you can appreciate all that goes into getting the machine ready for the Premiere. And yes, I put up a little partition to be dramatic, but the reality is I didn't do a lot of cleanup. I did basic cleanup on the paint But this is all the original paint, original decals, with a little bit of spit and polish. More polish than spit. So here's our 1953 Singer 1591, and it is looking a lot more dazzling now. But again, I didn't do a lot on the outside. I focused mainly on the inside. Let me just set this over here. And it's still pretty cold today, but not nearly as cold as it was. Some of you saw my post on Facebook where I was talking about it being minus 25. They ended up revising that, but it still got to be minus 15, and that was without the wind chill factor. That was without wind chill. So with wind chill, it probably was close to minus 25 here over the last couple of days. That's cold. It's pretty cold, yeah. All right, let me get this set up and we'll do a little bit of sewing on Teresa's 1953 1591. Again, introduced what year? Type in the chat what year the first 1591 was introduced. Yeah. What year was the first 1591 introduced? Okay, that's enough time. You can't be that slow of a typer. I'm sure you're a faster typer than I am. So if you said 1932, you were absolutely right. 1932 is when the first 1591 came on the scene. Again, 3 years before its big brother, the 201-2, that came on the scene in 1935. Now here's a real tricky question for you. What year did they stop making the 1591? And if you want to go for a bonus, what year did they stop making the Singer 201-2? And if you need to Google it, I understand. But if you know it, and you just know it, then wow, that's amazing. All right, I'm just going to put a little bit of polish on the bed because I just think it's a little bit dingy looking. Well, I'm amazed the music is still playing, aren't you? I like clean, don't you? Is there anyone else that, not necessarily a clean freak, but you just like things tidy? Are there any other tidy people in this premiere right now that are willing to admit it publicly that you like things tidy? You like things to be in order? I think that's a good thing, don't you? Especially when you're a vintage sewing machine owner, because it inspires you to want to keep your machines maintained much nicer than others that neglect them, right? Yeah. So you probably can't see it in the shot, but I hold it up. That's cleaning the bed after I've cleaned it numerous times already. See, that's the reality. When a machine is neglected, you can spruce it up a little bit on the outside, but there's still layer upon layer upon layer of filth that you have to just, it's a patient process. It's a patient process. It took many, many years for those layers to build up, and you're not going to be able to just swoosh them off. You just have to work at it methodically, don't you? There we go. A little bit of tidying up. Again, it's not perfect, but I always make that part of my process in cleaning up the exterior of the machine once I've taken care of the interior of it, to really get it, spot on. So a quick little walk around the machine, and then we'll focus on sewing with the machine. So right about there, you can kind of see I added new felts to the machine as well. you can see the serial plate is a lot easier to read now, isn't it? Much, much easier to read. And it's not absolutely perfect, but it's much, much cleaner than it was, so that it's more easy to read that serial number. There's our class plate right there that was added starting in 1953. Our badge mark, which, if you remember the photos of it being very dingy and kind of clouded looking, now it's got that bright, beautiful luster again, doesn't it? Right here we've got our stitch length controller, and this machine will sew anywhere from 6 stitches per inch if it's all the way at the bottom position where it is now, all the way to 30 stitches per inch. And then if you move it all the way towards the top, you'll be sewing in reverse. There's our bobbin winding system. And again, whenever you're winding a bobbin, you'll set your thread here. You'll come through this thread guide right there. You'll go up to the bobbin winder itself. And then you engage it by simply pushing it in, like so. And then you also rotate that clutch towards you to disengage the clutch as well, so that that needle's not going to be moving. And this one does have an auto disengagement where, because this is going to be right in the center of the bobbin as it's winding, as that bobbin fills, that thread will push this up and will disengage automatically in most instances. So, and again, you've got a lubrication point right here. You want to make sure that you periodically are lubricating this, because otherwise when you're winding a bobbin, it's going to be making that motor work a lot harder than it needs to. So just put a single drop in there, probably about every 20 to 25 hours of sewing, even if you're not winding a lot of bobbins, because that moisture will wick out of there and it'll start to dry up a little bit. So the setup of the machine, let's talk about that. I'll kind of come out right about to here. Actually, you know what? I'll come off the tripod. That's better yet. Let's come off the tripod. So the setup on this machine is a little bit more complicated than its big brother when it comes to setting it up. And you can see the light is not incredibly impressive, even with that lens and everything and the light assembly being optimized, because we're sticking with an incandescent bulb in this instance. Okay, so first of all, our setup, let me talk about that. Our setup is going to be Coates & Clark dual duty thread, which is, I would say, probably a middle of the road thread. And I buy my dual duty thread at Joann's in Marinette, Wisconsin, because they offer some real good deals, where if I buy 3 of these, they'll give me 3 for free. So with all the sew-offs I do, that deal is hard to pass up, isn't it? Plus, while I'm there, I can take in some of my Sewaholic posters and give them to the staff so that they can hand them out to their customers. Customers love that poster a lot. Yes, they do. So coming off the top with the Coates & Clark dual duty thread, we're going to come through this first thread guide right here. You see that? Then we're going to come down here towards the tension discs. Again, whenever you're threading any sewing machine, make sure that this take-up lever is in the up position so that it releases the pressure on those discs. So from the top, we're going to be coming off of this thread guide again, coming down through here. We're going to come through those tension discs and around the bottom of the tensioner. And then we're going to bring that thread through that take-up spring that you can see. Where is it? There it is. We're going to bring that thread through the take-up spring and then draw it up so that that thread will then be draped over that little, where is it? I'm all over the place. So that that thread will be draped over this little fork right there. See that? You got to bring the spring, the take-up spring up, and then kind of it drops over that. Okay, and then from there, you're going to be coming up to the take-up arm, which right now is definitely not at the highest position. Hold on a second. There we go. So we're going to be coming again from around the bottom of here, over the take-up spring, and then we're going to eventually be heading up to that take-up arm right here. threading it from left to right as you're looking at the faceplate. Down here through this thread guide. There it is. Let me just do this. Through that thread guide, there's another thread guide right here. And a lot of people over time, because this is a real low gauge, easy to break material, this little thread guide right here that kind of satchels inside of that needle clamp. A lot of folks will be operating the machine without this additional thread guide down here, and they'll have some issues with stitch quality. And these are available online, but they're pretty pricey. They'll usually try to sell you the entire needle clamp with this thread guide. So we run it through that thread guide, and then finally we're going to be going through the needle, and we're going to be threading this from right to left. Not left to right, right to left. The other somewhat tricky thing, but not really, is when you're setting the needle as well, you want to make sure most of the singers that we work with are going to be having that flat side to the right, right? Right? Yeah. On this machine, you need to put that flat side of the needle to the left. So when you set that needle in the needle clamp, make sure that flat side is to the left. And because it doesn't have a sure needle clamp well, that flat side as you're sliding the needle in can rotate. So really watch it closely as you're sliding that needle in so that that flat side is correctly orientated. I'm gonna kind of zoom in to show you. See that? So make sure that that flat side is to the left, and then again, thread this from right to left, okay? Now when it comes to the bobbin case down below in here, the easiest way to do this is you're gonna be, actually, you know what? I'll show you in the book. That's even better, isn't it? And this is my book, it's not Teresa's. Hopefully she has a copy. We didn't specifically discuss that, so if she doesn't have a copy, she can reach out before the machine is picked up, and I can supply her with a manual for a modest cost. So as you're setting up the bobbin case, I'm going to actually show you what the manual shows. You'll hold the bobbin case in your left hand, you'll hold the bobbin in your right hand, and you're going to be having that thread coming over the top. See that? Which tells you straight away, as this thread is being fed out of this bobbin case, which way is that bobbin going to be turning? Imagine that bobbin inside of the bobbin case, inserted in the machine. Which direction will that bobbin be turning as that thread is being fed from the bobbin case? Type it in the chat, would you? Type it in the chat. Okay? Yeah. What fun music. All right, so and again, as we're looking in here, you can see it's not a rotary hook system. It is what kind of hook system do we have here? So I just hit you with two questions. Which way will the bobbin case be? Which way will the bobbin be turning in the bobbin case? And what kind of hook system does this machine have? Yeah. Whoop. Whoop-a. Well, if you said the bobbin is going to be turning clockwise and it has an oscillating hook system instead of a rotary hook system, if you don't have an A yet for the class, give yourself an A. If you do have an A already, and you're the first one to post it in the chat, contact me and I'll send you something special. Yeah. Maybe I'll send you a CD of this music. You never know. Whoop-a! What fun music. All right, so let's actually sew with this machine. Who knew? Yeah. All right, let's do this. Really good presser foot clearance as well, if you can see that. And just a real quick tip again, because I love giving you guys tips, right? Even the most experienced sewers need tips sometimes. If we're sewing with a lighter material, we're going to be adjusting this presser foot pressure back, which means we're going to be turning that counterclockwise, this right here. Going to be rotating it counterclockwise if we're sewing with lighter materials. If we're sewing with heavier materials, we're going to be turning it clockwise to increase that pressure. Thicker, heavier materials require more pressure. Lighter materials generally require lighter pressure. And you'll discover right away if you're giving too much pressure to a lighter material because it'll be bunching up. That's a presser foot pressure issue. Yep, if you didn't know that, type in the chat a smiley face that you learned something new in the classroom today. Don't you love learning new stuff? I do. Yeah. And I learn new stuff all the time. Sometimes a teacher always, what is that again? Sometimes a teacher always, type it in the chat if you remember. And I'm going to take a sip of Diet Pepsi. Yeah. So the first thing I'm going to sew is the material that the customer supplied with the machine. It's a cotton polyester blend. I'll show you what it looks like in just a second. I'm just giving my glasses a quick wipe off. I don't wear glasses normally, but when I'm doing premieres, I put them on because it makes me look smarter. Yeah. Whoopah! Make sure I silence my phone. Yes, I did. Good. That is a fun song. Yeah, it is. I think my chair is dying. I'm going to have to replace this chair soon. So this is the material that the customer brought with the machine. I'll just kind of show you the whole chunk that she brought. This stuff right here, okay? So it's kind of a cotton polyester blend is what it looks like to me. It's definitely not 100% cotton. But she specifically wanted me to sew this stuff, so I'm going to sew it. And I'm going to go through a couple layers of it. Looks like right around 4 layers of this stuff. I'll kind of just buzz down. All right, you ready? Yeah. Perfect sewing song. I love it. And I would pause it, but I'm afraid if I stop it, it'll never start again. So here we go. I will turn down the volume a little bit though. All right, it turned it all the way down to 30. All the way down to 30. You watch, the music will probably stop, which is okay. I'll just start it again. It's only one button, doggone it. All right, so your take-up arm should be at the highest position. Let's launch into this stuff that Teresa wanted me to sew on once the machine was finished. All right, here we go. Yeah, I didn't do so great in sewing straight. I probably should have used needle clamps. That would have been the right move. Yeah. That is some gorgeous stitching. Oh my goodness. Wait until you see this stitching. All right, I'm going to line it up kind of like this. Yeah, that would be our top stitch. Actually, let me see if my sew-off holder will be long enough to support this. I don't think it will be. Maybe. I'm going to have to use clamps to hold it on. Hold on a second, I'm dropping everything. There we go. All right, I think I got it. I think I got it. Move quick before it falls. Actually, it can't fall. I got the clamp on there. We're good. We're good. Plugging the camera back in, which I forgot to do. All right, let's check out this sew off and these stitches. You can see I got to turn it just a little bit more. Hold on a second. Stuff's kind of puckery. It's puckering. All right, let's check this out. Pause right there. Solid, solid page 34 plus, folks. Those are gorgeous, gorgeous stitches. It's a really long sew off. Oh, there's a Hank here. I just saw it. There it is. Hank, what are you doing? Hold on a second. There we go. Beautiful stitching. Yeah, as I come out, you can kind of look at how the material is not laying real flat. It's kind of awkwardly positioned, isn't it? Because it's so long. So totality of the stitching tells the story, doesn't it? The stitch formation, again, we're sewing it right around 6 stitches per inch. The formation of the stitch, the integrity of the stitch, the consistency of the stitch, just the overall stitch presentation is absolutely spot on. There's no angular bend to it. It's just straight across, laid down very, very nicely. Very, very nice stitching. As we turn it around, we'll take a look at that lock stitch as well, which is always going to be a little bit more challenging to generate on a sewing machine. Lock stitch is always trickier because we're having to pull that thread all the way back through those layers of this cotton polyester material, and it just makes the task that much. I've got my screen facing the wrong way. It makes the task that much more difficult. And actually, when I hold it like this, you can even see it better, the caliber of that stitching, much more clearly than when it's on the display, right? Beautiful stitching. So I'll flip it around now. We'll take a look at that lock stitch, and we'll see what we think of that as far as caliber and quality of stitching. I can already tell you what I'm seeing, but I want you to see it with your own eyes. There we go. Grab one more clamp. There we go. All right, I've got that balanced. Hopefully it doesn't fall off. If it does, I'll pick it up. So this is our lock stitch now, going through these 4 layers of this cotton blend. And again, this lock stitch is going to tell a story as far as how this machine is managing that particular stitch. And I'll tell you one thing, as I look at this, let me pause right there, kind of take my hand off the camera. As I look at this stitch presentation on the lock versus the top stitch, I can see pretty clearly that if we were sewing a ton of this material, I would do one of 2 things. I would either slightly increase the bobbin pull down, because I think that when you compare the top stitch to the lock stitch, the top stitch is being underserved a little bit right now. Or I could also back off that upper tension just slightly to define that top stitch even more, giving it the clarity of stitch that we're seeing with these lock stitches. They're much more pizzazzy than the top stitch was, even as beautiful as that stitch is. Beautiful stitching. Again, 4 layers of this cotton polyester blend, and the lock stitch is really a beautiful lock stitch. It just right away pops out at you. But again, I think we could back it off just a hair and give a little bit more victory back to that top stitch. Just think of it like a tug of war right now. Right now, that upper tension is pulling harder than it needs to. And that bobbin case is not pulling hard enough. Beautiful stitching. Totality of the stitching kind of come out to here. And you kind of see what I mean. When we did totality stitching on the top stitch, it wasn't quite as defined and didn't have quite as much clarity as it does here. And that's strictly a matter of the tension is pretty much bang on, but we could just make a really fine-tuned adjustment to give a little bit more power to that top stitch by backing off upper tension or by increasing the bobbin case pull down. So yeah, beautiful stitching all in all. I'm going to throw this to the back as a definite victory, although I could go down it with a much shorter stitch too, couldn't I? Just to solidify. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I'm going to come out to here, get that back underneath the presser foot, and then we will sew this one more time with more of a satin level stitch. Near satin, I shouldn't say complete satin. It'd be probably around 15 to 20 stitches per inch. All right, presser foot is down. I'm going to adjust the stitch length over here, bring it to probably right around 15. Right about there. We're not going to go all the way up to the 30 range, but we're going to shorten that stitch dramatically. Let me zoom in on the presser foot and you can kind of see what we're going to be laying down as we launch into it. Yeah. See, I kind of racked over the top stitch, but you can see the top stitch right there, especially from this angle. It's a lovely, lovely top stitch. But again, I'm always about, can we make it better? We should make it better. So I already told you what I would do. And you might look at that and go, Scott, that's a page 34 plus top stitch. It is. And that's a page 34 plus lock stitch. It is. But we can make it a page 34 plus top stitch too, couldn't we? Yeah, we could. Constant and never-ending what? Canai. Constant and never-ending what? What? All right, let's do this. Probably, again, about 15 stitches per inch, somewhere in that range. Here we go. Folks, are you listening to this machine running? The same machine that was barely turning over when I put it on the workbench? And the motor that had little or no oomph to it, and now it's just like it's just running like a freight train, isn't it? How much fun is that? Yeah, it's fun. Definitely fun. All right, let's just take a quick peek at these stitches in comparison to the much larger stitch that we sewed initially. And again, I think there might be a slight underservice of that top stitch. I'm just seeing where it's got a beautiful, beautiful presentation, but it's lacking just a little bit. And we only have our upper tension set at about 5. And we can go all the way up to 9. So we've got plenty of adjustment space in there, don't we? Plenty of adjustment space. Oh, I didn't even tell you the needle that we're using today. What would you guess the needle is that I selected? It's not an organ needle, although I know a lot of people love organ needles. And I was satisfied with it the last time. I thought it did a good job. But I'm back to my Schmetz size 90-14 needle. And that's what we're going to be using through this entire premiere. So there's our probably close to 20 stitches per inch. And again, I feel like that top stitch might be just a tiny little bit underserved. But all in all, beautiful stitch quality. Yeah, I probably would bump it up just a hair. See, right there we're bang on, but when your tension is a little bit out of sorts, you'll get most consistency, but sometimes it'll drop off a little bit. You kind of see that as we go by the stitch row. Totality of the stitching, come up to right about there. Beautiful stitching on this polyester cotton blend. Again, I'm always looking to improve things, so all I would do is I would back off that upper tension, or I would increase that bobbin pull a little bit to even sharpen that top stitch a little bit more. Now let's turn it over and look at that lock stitch, which I already know, based on our previous sew-off, is going to be a lot more poppy, a lot more visibility of that stitch than we're seeing on the top stitch right now. I'm going to flip that around. And again, the top stitch is always going to be an easier stitch to execute than the lock stitch, because when we're pulling that thread back up through the layers, we've got friction, we've got gravity and everything else resisting that attempt. But here you can see straight away that lock stitch is what I would refer to as over poppy, because that upper tension is pulling up a little bit too hard right now. And I did not pre-sew off this material, so we're kind of experiencing this together and looking at what our strategy would be if we were going to be sewing a ton of this stuff. But you can see the distinction of the stitching when that upper tension is pulling up with greater strength than that bobbin case is pulling down. Beautiful stitching. Even with Hank's hair. So totality of the stitching, I'll show you that in just a second once we finally get to the end. Totality of stitching is really telling a story of excellence, isn't it? The stitch presentation, definition, the spacing, the overall clarity of the stitch is absolutely bang on. This is what we want to be doing with that top stitch. And again, it's a very simple solution, which I could even show you during this premiere. And I probably, because I already have the upper tension turned back quite a ways. Again, when you reassemble an upper tension like this on a class 15 machine, there's certain pre-calibration you can do to the amount of pressure that's going to be on those discs at the lowest setting of the upper tension. And if you set it a little bit higher, you don't have to turn that upper tension up as high to get the same result. And that's usually the way I set them up, so you've got a much wider range then that you can adjust without having to crank that upper tension way up to try to get a nice clarity of stitch on that lock stitch. Does that make sense? It's that pre-calibration that is so essential when you tear down an upper tension unit and you reassemble it to calibrate it appropriately, okay? And that's something I do with all of the machines because I want to be able to give maximum range choice to that owner. So why don't we do that? We'll just add a little step here. We'll come out on this shot, and then I'll zoom in right about there. You can see that my carpet is not absolutely clean. A lot of machines going across this carpet. We're going to take out that bobbin case, and we'll do a little bit of a calibration on it to increase that pull. Look for my little screwdriver. There it is. All right, let me move this stitch off to the side. So I'm going to remove that bobbin case. Yep, that's right where I want to be. Perfect. So on this particular bobbin case, this class 15 bobbin case, where on a lot of the bobbin cases you're going to have two screws. One is going to be a set screw that holds the band on. The other one is going to be adjusting screw. This particular bobbin case that came with this machine only has one screw. This one right here. Okay? So because we're not getting the clarity of that top stitch that we would like to be seeing, and we're getting more punch down on the lock stitch, we're going to be turning this screw probably about 1 millimeter clockwise to increase the pull down. Again, this bobbin case is going to be pulling down to define that top stitch. That upper tension is going to be pulling up to define the lock stitch. Right now we just have it's such a subtle imbalance, most people won't even take note of it, but I do, because in our classroom we're always trying to do constant and never-ending improvement. We're always trying to make things better. All right, so I just turned that screw just a subtle little turn, maybe about 1 millimeter clockwise to increase the pull. Okay, that should be good. Again, when you're dealing with the bobbin case, and it's part of the reason a lot of people have a fear of making adjustments on the bobbin case, think of it as a hypersensitive control device, where if you turn it like 1 millimeter, which is just a fraction of a turn, it has huge consequences in how this bobbin case manages the pull down on that thread. So you don't crank it a huge turn, or it's going to overcompensate and overpower that upper tension. Then you're going to be cranking that upper tension up to try to pull up more to countermind what this bobbin case is doing. So you only make a subtle little turn, about 1 millimeter at a time. So I'm going to reinsert this in the machine, and we're going to stitch that off one more time to see what impact, if any, we bring to that stitch. All right, let me change the shot, and we're going to pull that thread back up. I already popped the bobbin case in. There we go. Okay, right there. Perfect. So I've already put the bobbin case back in. Again, as the bobbin is turning, it's going to be turning clockwise, in case you decide to take the whole bobbin out or it falls out on you. So now I'm going to rotate that balance wheel. I'm going to hold the thread in the back, and we're going to pull that thread back up so we can resume sewing. Bring that to the rear. And again, always make sure your threads are not entangled when you bring them to the rear, okay? So let's sew off that same material one more time and see what impact we can bring, okay? We've got a really good looking stitch, but I think we can make it better. So we're going to sew it one more time, and then we'll compare the stitching, okay? And I'll leave the stitch selector, as far as the stitch length, exactly where it's at. Yeah, that's a pretty good shot. Again, not a bad top stitch, but let's see if we can, by our subtle little adjustments, let's see if we can improve it further. Take up arm at the highest position. Let's sew this down one more time. Oh, I love that sound. I'm not sewing very straight, but you know what? It's fun. Yeah, that little adjustment we made is going to increase our caliber and our flash of stitch that much better. And by flash of stitch, I mean when you look at it, right away captures your attention because of its clarity and its trueness. I guess our music ran out, didn't it? Okay, it's all right. So let's set this up again. We're going to look at the top stitch first, and then we always look at the lock stitch. And it's possible that with only adjusting that bobbin case about 1 millimeter, that I might not have gone far enough. But again, you always take the bobbin case adjustments very, very gradually, very slowly, because the adjustment on the bobbin case is polarized. Just a little bit has a huge impact, is my point, okay? All right, let's take a look at these and see if we can see a difference between those two bottom stitch rows after we made that subtle adjustment to the bobbin case. You look at all 3 rows actually, and then I'll zoom in on the other 2. And again, this is our top stitch. Oh yeah. It's subtle, and we probably could have gone a little bit further, but we know what we need to do if we're going to be sewing a ton of this material, right? Yeah, much better clarity of stitch. Not quite as much as I was wanting to get, but I did only adjust that bobbin case about 1 millimeter. So if I had gone 2 millimeters, then that would be even more pronounced. But we're heading the direction we want to go. That is a long sew-off. That is a long sew-off. Yeah, there especially you can see the distinction between the 2 rows. I'll just look at those 2 rolls by themselves without that top row. Yeah, we could still benefit from a little bit more. But that's clearly, look at the difference right there. Clearly the direction we want to be going. A little bit more pull down. And we'll have it nailed. Very, very nice. Very nice. Totality of the stitching. And then we're going to flip this over and just make sure that we didn't take too much away from that lock stitch. That's always the problem. If you're trying to define that top stitch more and you go too far, you're going to be stealing from the lock stitch. So let's flip it around and take a look at that. And I'll go ahead and put on a little bit more music. And as you, contrary to what some people will tell you, as you change between material types, depending on your setup, I'm going to flip this around and now we're looking at the lock stitch, you will have to make very subtle tension adjustments. Very subtle. Again, depending on the caliber of stitching that you're looking to achieve. Some people are happy with, you know, a near page 34 type stitch, but we're always looking to raise that bar. So here's our lock stitch again. And again, this material is not laying perfectly because it's a real long sew-off. But we've got some really good stitching there. And again, you can see where our upper tension is still generating more power over that top stitch. Because here we've got a clearly defined lock stitch. And the top stitch is still a little bit on the soft side. It's a very good looking top stitch, but we still could go further with this. And again, either by reducing that upper tension, which, because I have it calibrated so low already to get the outcome that we're getting, I would be more inclined to say, look at, see the difference even on that lock stitch, where the top one in the middle there is almost a little bit over poppy, which means that upper tension is, let me get my hand off the camera, that upper tension control is pulling up too hard on that middle row still. And then as we loosened it a little bit by increasing that bobbin pull down, all of a sudden the clarity of that, even that lock stitch, in my opinion, is improved over the middle row. Kind of look at the two side by side there. But top and bottom, we have solid page 34 stitching. There's no question about that. It's just a matter of always trying to improve it more. Totality of the stitching, that lock stitch has a real nice presentation to it right now, doesn't it? Whether we're looking at that larger stitch on top, which is about 6 stitches per inch, or the stitching below in the middle and the lower row, which is right around 15 to 20 stitches per inch. We're getting some really, really good results. If we were going to take it further, and I'm not going to do it right now because we have a lot of other materials that we could possibly sew, we would just end up probably pulling that bobbin case out one more time, going another millimeter clockwise to increase that pull down, and then I think we would be bang on. We would be bang on. But even as it stands, we've got what I would consider to be brag-worthy stitching. Both this lock stitch and certainly the top stitch as well. The top stitch, which does not want to be top. Stay, be nice. Yeah, so this again is our top stitch. And again, it's a very good looking top stitch. I would give it full marks. But again, we're always looking to improve things. So that top stitch, as good as it might be, through additional fine tuning of increasing that pull down factor of the bobbin case, we would be able to, can't do much with the straight, the larger stitch. It's absolutely as it should be. And even the other stitching is really quite good, but we can make it better. Yeah, we can make it better. All right, so finally, blah, blah, blah. We spent a lot of time on this material, but this is the customer's material. Premieres, again, are not about, and I hate to say this, I'm just being honest. Premieres are not about the audience. It's about the owner that made the investment in sending this or bringing this machine, I should say, all the way from Indianapolis, Indiana, so we could do our magic. That again is a much better angle, isn't it? Yeah, it is. That's our top stitch, folks. Kind of a bouncing song, isn't it? Here's our lock stitch again. I'll just show it to you real quick and then we'll throw this to the back and we won't dwell on it any longer. Yeah. See how important tension is? And that's why we tear that upper tension unit apart, where when it was all filthy and gummed up and out of adjustment and not calibrated, I got to get that hair, it's driving me nuts. Hold on a second. There we go. Hank comes down here and sews when I'm not down here. So what I was about to say is before it was calibrated and it was set up for success and it was optimized and cleaned and everything, you would have had to crank that upper tension way up. And now we've got it only at about 5 out of 9. And it's delivering in a major way. So, at any rate, that is the process of getting the tension adjusted depending on the material and the setup that you have. So that's going to go to the back. A definite pass. I'm very pleased with that. Beautiful stitching. And now we're going to do some more stitching. There we are. Let's do another sew off. You guys know my love of leather. I'll probably do some leather. Probably. All right, screen turned around. What kind of leather do I have? Oh yeah, I've got some good old genuine elk hide. Let's go into a single layer to start. Kind of go down and around. And again, I have the presser foot pressure set right now for heavier materials because that's my preference when I sew. And you can see, if you've never seen me sew genuine elk hide before, look at that stuff. Probably about 4 or 5 ounces of chemically processed leather from an elk. That's why they call it elk hide. Yeah. I always cover the basics just in case. Just in case. All right. So I've got that take-up arm at the highest position. Let's launch into this now. And I'm going to go with a longer stitch. So I'm going to adjust my stitch length. Always when you make adjustments, see what happens to the feed dogs? So always make sure your needle is clear of the material when you're adjusting anything on a sewing machine, whether it's a 1591 or another model. All right, here we go. And that was with no hand start. We just launched into it. Here we go again. I'm actually going to widen the shot so you can see that I'm just launching into this with just the sheer energy of the motor. All I do is I make sure that that take-up arm is at the highest position so that it reduces that binding factor. But here I'm not even going to adjust it. Just leave it alone. We'll just continue down. Finish this last stitch line. Here we go. All right, for the box closers, I'll close the box. It just sewed this elk hide with such ease, it's literally ridiculous. There's so much reserve power on this machine now, it is just ready to rock and roll. All right, let's check out this stitching. We'll look at that top stitch first, and then we'll look at that lock stitch. And again, our concern with the other sew-offs is maybe that top stitch was not defined enough. We made a little bit of adjustment on the bobbin for that other material, that polyester cotton blend. Now we're sewing genuine elk hide, about 5 ounces of leather. Let's see if that top stitch is still presentable or whether or not we are still underserved. Let's see what we think. Folks, I'm at page 34 plus. Again, we're not sewing with a leather needle. And you'll see a little bit of a dipsy doodle on the thread on my turns, and that's because we're raising the presser foot. It's allowing just a little bit of a movement, but it's very subtle. Folks, that's beautiful stitching. Totality of the stitching. Get my hand off the camera. Camera's still moving. Folks, that's absolutely bang on. Page 34 plus, spacing, formation, the integrity of the stitch. That is our top stitch that we were a little bit underserved on. And now we're going through 4 or 5 ounces of chemically processed elk hide. And it's having to pull that thread all the way back up through that very thick layer of genuine elk hide. And it's still giving us a bang-on top stitch. Let's look at the lock stitch now. Lock stitch is always a little bit more tricky to generate. Again, as I turn it towards the camera, Look at the thickness of that leather that we just went through. Whoops. Forgot to lock the camera in. That's thick leather, folks. That's like a man's belt. So now we're looking at that. We're looking at that back of the leather hide for the elk hide, and we're going to see how that lock stitch looks. And those little loops are just, well, you know what that's from. That's just, I have to pull that top thread when I cut it, because we don't have it, we didn't do any back tacking. It's not locked off. Look at the thickness right there. Look at that. And that's actually the bevel of the leather right there where it's going down. Page 34 plus all the way. Even through those rough spots where the nap is uneven. See that? The stitching is just bang on. Pause right there. Pause right there. Totality of the stitching. That's exactly what we want to be seeing right there. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, the presentation of the stitch, a non-leather needle. It's a Schmetz 9014 Universal going through the equivalent of a man's belt and laying down just bang on stitching. Both the lock stitch through layers through a layer like that, and also the top stitch as well. So I'm going to throw that to the back as a definite pass. Beautiful, beautiful stitching on the part of this 1953 Singer 15-91. Now I did not test this off camera, but now we're going to be raising the stakes even higher. Do I have that camera locked before I mess up again? Nope, I don't. Glad I checked. All right, let me lock that camera in before I start moving the camera again and we're like way off target. All right, stop moving, stop moving. Okay, so I've got the camera locked in now. So the first sew off that we just did was through this single layer of elk hide. Right there, you can see it in the shot. That's anything but thin, and we laid down page 34 plus stitching, top stitch, also the lock stitch as well. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Now we're going to be doubling it, going through 2 layers of genuine elk hide, the equivalent of 2 thicknesses of a man's belt. That almost made sense. You know what I meant by that. It's crazy thick. And I'm going to put these back to back so we can see that final stitch product that much more easily. But again, what we're going to be going through is that right there. The camera's a little bit set too low. There we go. Now you can see it. Okay? Let's get that underneath the presser foot. See how this 1953 Singer 1591 can manage this sew off. I'm going to increase that presser foot pressure just a little bit. Also going to put my clamps on so I can try to keep this relatively straight. Now, if you think this is an easy sew off, try it on your 1591. Because I tell you one thing, before I did the work on this machine, optimizing the motor in that, there's no way that this machine could have handled this sew off. There's just no way. It would have hit the needle and stopped. Look at the thickness right here, folks. That is insane. All right, and I'm going to try to launch without a hand start. That's even crazier. I'm going to try it. We might have to hand start it. But we're going to come up here so you can see. This is great music for this. All right, let's make sure that take-up arm is all the way up. It is. All right. This may hit the leather and just stop because this needle has already gotten a lot of work out. But I'm going to try it without a hand start. If we can launch into this with no hand start, that gives you an idea of what I did to that motor that was barely turning, had wiring issues, was filthy. And if we can go through this much leather without a hand start, that is like unprecedented. That is unprecedented. All right, I'm going to give it a go. No guarantees, but I'm going to try. All right, here we go. You just saw it, folks. No hand start, going through all of this leather. I'm blown away. I'm going to take these clamps off. So if you've got a 1591 and you can't do something like this, send it to the workshop. All right, let's finish this off. We're starting in the down position, folks, and it's just going to continue plowing through because it's that strong. It's that mighty. Here we go. Oh my goodness gravy. Oh my gosh. Wow. Wow. Now here, when we go through this much leather, we might actually have to bump up our upper tension a little bit. Yes, we will. I'm seeing that our lock stitch has lost a little bit of its pizzazz, or whatever it's called. Yeah, it's still a gorgeous lock stitch. But again, constant and never-ending improvement, right? Yeah. Here's our top stitch. Get that in place. I think it'll be fine just like that. Just going to bend it a little bit. Yeah. What? I can't believe, that's crazy. No hand start. Through the equivalent of probably about 10 to 12 ounces of genuine elk hide. No hand start. Wow. Focus. Here's our top stitch. Look at that top edge, what we just went through. I say it all the time, folks, but you need to understand, don't race out after seeing this premiere. Don't race out and buy the first 1591 because you're going to think that it can do this. Folks, you're smarter than that. I spent about 18 hours on this machine, and if you look at all the progress shots, I think almost 300 progress shots, and I could have taken twice that many going through all the steps of this machine. This is a 1591 on steroids now. Look at that. Look at that top layer, those top two layers. Folks, what do I say? How do we improve this? I don't know. Probably, yeah. I mean, yeah, we could throw a roller foot on there, or maybe a walking foot, and maybe even get even greater clarity of that top stitch. But folks, that is a top stitch that people would die for. Through that much leather, I remembered to lock the camera that time. That much leather. I mean, look at this top edge. No hand start, no hand start, not a leather needle, a universal needle laying down stitching like that. Seriously? You just saw it yourself. It's not a still shot, it's reality because you just saw it. Now let's take a look at that lock stitch, which I said we might have to bump up that upper tension a little bit to get even better clarity of stitch. As beautiful as this lock stitch is going to be, we might have to bump up the upper tension just slightly to define it even better. Page 34 plus right there. Yeah, I don't think I would make any adjustment. I don't think I would make an adjustment. But if I did make an adjustment, I would bump up the upper tension just slightly. Totality of stitching through about 12 ounces of genuine elk hide. Again, look at the thickness of this. Unbelievable. I mean, I know how many hours I poured into this machine. I know where it started, and I can see where it is now easily, as can you. But again, this is a very special 1591 that has gone through the workshop magic. Anyone that wants to send me a video of their 1591 doing a sew-off at this level with no hand start, bring it on. Bring it on! Because you're going to be hard-pressed to be able to show me something like that, because you didn't take that machine that you have through all the steps that I did on this one. This machine is ready to rock and roll. Your machine is ready to roll without rocking. Yeah, it is. That was a challenge. Take it as a challenge. Send me a video, I'll post it. But I want to have a real clear, I don't want to have those crummy YouTube videos where you can barely see what's happening. That's why I zoom in so close, so you can see the clarity of the stitch. That's why I zoom out, so you can see that I'm not fudging it, that I'm not giving it a little hand start. Yeah. This is the real deal, folks. And that is a brag-worthy stitch on this 1591 from 1953. I'm combining all kinds of numbers. All right, this is going to go to the back. It's a definite no-brainer pass, along with the other sew-offs we've already done. So what do we sew next? Maybe we could do some ribbon material, huh? 100% polyester ribbon material. Super tricky stuff. More slippery than snot. I don't know if they have a gauge for slippery snot, but if it was, it's really up there. Yeah, it is. So let's go ahead and sew some of this stuff. It's on the lighter side, right? And I'm going to back off the presser foot pressure just a little bit. Just a little bit. Get this into position. I'll probably use my clamps to try to hold it reasonably straight. And I realize that these clamps are a little bit overkill. But they're my clamps. I like them. I like my clamps. Paula will probably make a funny comment about them. So here we have 100% polyester ribbon material, wafer thin, like rice paper. I'm going to back off the presser foot pressure just a little bit so that we don't get it, you know, kind of crumpling up and bunching up because there's too much pressure down on the slight material. I'm going to go ahead and raise our take-up arm to the highest position. And let's try buzzing down this stuff. Hopefully I backed off the presser foot pressure enough and we get real nice even feed. All right, here we go. Taking it slow. Yeah, taking it a little bit slow. That's okay. All right, let me take my clamps off. All right, stitch off holder. This will be, I'm really gonna have to zoom in on this stuff because we have a lighter material with a white thread, but I think when you zoom in real close, we'll be able to see what we want to see. So here we're looking at our top stitch first. I'm gonna get a quick drink of Diet Pepsi because I've been doing a lot of talking, which I enjoy doing. Yeah, I do. It's all part of the teaching process, isn't it? You got to explain things. You got to express things. And those that are thinking about checking into the VSM space, you got to get them excited about the possibilities and the potential of these machines, right? That's why I get excited. All right, top stitch. 100% polyester. Slippery stuff like snot. Let's go across this stitching and see what we see. Wow. Folks, that is amazing stitching on a very, very tricky material. You can see how thin this stuff is. It's real slippery. We're not using a roller foot. We're not using a walking foot. We're using a standard presser foot attachment. And yet that is a solid page 34 stitch all the way across. I am impressed. I don't know about you, but I am really impressed. Other than wiggling the camera. Hold on a second. I'm almost done wiggling. Come out a little bit more. I'll stop right there for totality of the stitch. Folks, the spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, the glory of the stitch, it just doesn't get any better than that. It's absolutely spot on through two very thin layers of 100% polyester ribbon material. I'm not using the benefit of a stiffener like some people will to give themselves an edge. All we did was back off that presser foot pressure right up here. Sorry, not you, Haribo-meister. You know what I meant. Where are we? We lost the machine! So all I did was back this off a little bit so that it would feed more evenly with a lighter material. And that was the right choice because we got a result that is absolutely off the charts. Galloping gumdrops, Batman. Galloping gumdrops! So I'm going to flip it over. Let's take a look at that lock stitch. Let's take a look at that lock stitch now. This is our lock stitch. Let's see what we think of this stitch. I think I'm already going to be impressed with it. Pretty sure. And this stuff is kind of buckling over on itself a little bit, so we'll do our best to see it here. See how thin that stuff is? Folks, we are so much at a page 34 plus, we could just stop right now. But we won't. This does not happen by happenstance. You're not going to be able to get this caliber of stitching from any 1591 you just happen to come across. eBay, Etsy, Bonanza, Facebook Marketplace, you name the venue, it doesn't matter. Because that machine has not gone through the process that I took Teresa's machine through. Over 18 hours of work into this machine between mechanical, cleaning, adjustments, electrical work. This machine is in the top 1% of machines around the world that are 1591s that could sew at this level. I'm not of the belief that I'm the only great restorer out there. There are some other very talented folks in the world. Thank God that they're in the world. But they don't have my process. They don't take the machine through the surgical steps that I do at the level that I do. And that's what brings the magic. Unbelievable. So easy to say that this is a pass. Come out on the shot. You can admire this machine while we move on to our next sew off. But first, we're going to see some more of those progress steps that are so essential to bringing these results that you're seeing right now on this premiere. Again, I don't take still shots to document performance and say, see, I take that machine right in front of you through these steps where you can scrutinize it and you can become a believer in my process. The magic of the workshop, as I call it. Yeah, that's what we do. We have magic here. We just do. All right, let's look at some more progress shots. Because this is the magic ingredient right here. This process that I've developed over 20 years is the proof in the pudding that brings results that are unmatched by any other machine in the world, any other restorer in the world. Yeah, I got some special secret sauce here, folks. And you could send your machine to the workshop and get that secret sauce. Again, it's going to take a while. There's a lot of machines waiting. A lot of machines waiting. But you know what? I think it's worth the wait. Anyone that's gotten a machine from me could probably testify that it's worth the wait. Yeah. All right. So here we go. Looking at more progress shots. Here we've got some wiring issues coming off the motor that I've got to address to make that machine optimized and also make it safe. So we're going to click through these and see what you think. First of all, though, I'm going to give you something inspirational. Yeah, I am. And this really suits me nicely, doesn't it? Other than my little friends that sit on the workbench and I bring them to life. I bring them to life occasionally. Apart from my little friends, I'm alone. It's me. I'm a one-man operation. So if you see me talking to myself, you can read the rest, right? Just move along. I'm self-employed. We're having a staff meeting. Yeah. Yeah, that pretty much says it, doesn't it? Yeah. Although, like Mr. Rogers and other great people of history, I do talk to my friends sometimes. Now, if I say they talk back to me, you're going to wonder, but just wonder. Yeah. So here I've removed the old cable type connectors because they were getting real brittle, and we're going to add new ones to increase that connectivity. Also, we're going to add some new coating to the outside to insulate those contacts better as well. You'll see me doing that also. And I'm not going to explain all these. You guys are smart. You can see kind of what I'm doing is I'm restoring the wiring on that coming off of the motor because there's an issue with it. You can see all the brittle pieces that I've removed. I'm not going to just kind of just glaze over it. I'm going to set this up for success. And make it safe for the owner. That's the main thing. I want the machine to be optimized and I want it to be safe. So now we've got a good, clear foundation that we can build on right there. All of that brittle stuff has been removed. Kind of like when you're restoring a car. If you've got rust, you can't just, hopefully you don't just put some sort of putty over it, because that's masking the problem. It's not fixing it. It's not resolving it. It's like using electrical tape as a permanent solution. No, 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 no. Don't do it. We're going to restore this properly so that it's absolutely maximized, but it's also safe for the owner. It takes more time, but it's the only way to do it right. Now here's a random picture that I didn't even realize I was including, but this is obviously a tilt bed off of a Featherweight 221 that I just finished in the paint shop, and it's absolutely perfect. There it is again. You can see the reflection of everything behind. The clarity of that final finish is so perfect. Look at that. Crazy. Unbelievable. I think it was Thalia that saw it on Facebook, and she goes, "Oh my goodness gravy." She didn't say, "Oh my goodness gravy," but something like that. She was excited. Because I'm preparing a featherweight for her right now. Yeah. Ha ha ha! Hello, beautiful. All right, now we're back to the actual machine. Now we're back to the 1591. And there I'm working in the motor area, and I'm trying to address some of the other bare wire issues. If you have a potted motor a 1591, a 201-2, or possibly going way back, a 101, you very likely have the same issue because they use the same type of coating that was not designed to last forever in an environment that generates a lot of heat, electricity flow, and also is oil enriched. It's the perfect recipe to destroy wiring. It works very nicely. Yeah. Here I'm using a pair of scissors. I'm trying to prepare these wires to receive the new coatings that are going to be a shrink style coating that I'm going to use. And it's also going to be, I'm looking for the word, the shrink coating is also going to be embedded with an oil resistant epoxy to hold that on so that it never comes loose. And it also adds additional insulation. Same thing with the wires on the inside. Quick curing that with a hairdryer and also the torch as well. And that is a permanent fix. Focusing on other parts of the motor, making sure all the wiring is good. There is my able assistant, the cow country cat. Yeah. I've never really been, I was not raised a cat person, but when you see a cutie like this, how can you not love that kitty? Honestly. Look at those big eyes. What a beauty. What a gorgeous kitty. So now I'm focusing back on that commutator, which is barely recognizable because it's so filthy and gunked up right now with varnishing, with filth, with dirt, with scum, with carbon dust, you name it, it's on there. And because it's an electrical field, all of that stuff fuses on there like cement, just like cement. Step by step. Look at that now. Now you can see that commutator with clarity. And remember, commutators are made out of copper. They're very soft, so you have to be real careful about what approach you use to restore that field of the motor, along with the stacked lamentations, the stators, and everything else. You can't come in there like a bull in a china cabinet. You've got to approach it with patience and persistence. Otherwise, you're going to damage something. Boy, is that motor is just going to take a big gulp of air now with that commutator and all the other work I did to the motor. It's just going to be able to gulp in air and launch into 2 layers of genuine elk hide without a hand start. You see the difference? You're not going to find a machine like that anywhere else in the world that can sew at this level with such ease. It's not going to happen. I know that. Duh. Using a special tool to, some of the parts of the lamentation were separating, so I'm joining those back together again. More cleaning. Look at that. We thought it was clean, but it wasn't. Aha, we were fooled. More cleaning. Gunk. Yuck. More cleaning. Aha! Insulating as well. What am I committed to? Am I committed to making it as good as when it left the factory back in 1953? Nope. I'm going to make it better. So I am adding additional insulation to those connectors that are going into the stators to make sure that we're not losing any electricity going into those stators as that electrical field is completed. It's going to give a superpower to that motor that it didn't have even when it left the factory. Yeah. Constant and never-ending what? Type it in the chat. Constant and never-ending what? Yeah, there we go. Make it better than when it left the factory. Better than when it left the factory. Yep. I think we went full circle. Yeah, we did. Ha ha ha! Yeah. Don't you love making things better than when they were originally? I think you do. Because you guys are always into how can we make our vintage sewing machines even better, right? Yeah. Cool. We can be on a journey of greatness together. You know, after I did all the magic to the motor, there it is actually spinning up, saying, I am mighty, I am strong, I am, or I should say, I was touched by workshop magic. Yeah, I touched it. I touched it with magic. Look at it go. Look at it go. It's got power that it never ever knew before. Even greater power than when it left the factory. Because of all the steps I took that motor through. It is just spinning up with fury right now, like you've seen it do during this premiere. Sewing leather at a thickness, at a level with no hand start that other machines. Try it on a new machine, please. Send me a video and have really good audio so we can listen to all those parts, all those plastic parts busting and breaking and falling apart. Yeah, I'd like that. That would be fun. I'll pop popcorn for that. And then you can see this motor is only rated at 0.5 amps, which, if you know anything about vintage sewing machines, which you do because you're super smart and because you're in this classroom, the Featherweight 221, the Featherweight 221, the Featherweight 221 only has a 0.4 amp motor. So we're talking about a 1/10 of an amp more with this 1591. That's minuscule, but because of the construct of the motor, because of the wraps, because of the optimization, because of the gear to gear factor, where you don't have the potential slippage of a belt, like on the Featherweight, which has a super long belt, a lot of loss of energy there. This motor will just knock your socks off when it's running at the top of its game. It'll knock your socks off so much it'll actually stop the music. Yeah, like it just did. Yeah, absolutely. That's okay, we can always start the music again, and again, and again, and again, and again, and again. All right, y'all give YouTube a call and say, fix Scott's music, would you, please? Do that right now. So then we got the nomenclature plate, we got some of the set bolts that hold the stators into the rest of the motor assembly, all that kind of blah, blah, blah stuff. And here we're just going through our process. These are when I'm doing some of the final checks on the motor. Use a bypass approach. That's a happy motor now. Yeah, it's happy. Focusing on the bobbin winding assembly. Yeah, get that all right. Get that right. Get it right. Look at that. That is filth right there on that Q-tip. Now we're going after all the sludge in the motor. Yeah, we are. Oh my gosh. Anyone want to leave the room right now and wash your hands just looking at that sludge that I just dug out of that motor? I want to wash my hands. Yeah. Oh, yuck. Oh, there's a big, look at that. That's disgusting. Also, it's causing that motor to overheat and to work so much harder and would not have been able to sew anywhere near what we're getting today without a lot of hand starting. We don't need to do that anymore. Look at all the crud even here, because that grease and everything in those chambers is so past its expiration date. Now, after getting that absolutely spick and span, now I'm introducing my proprietary pink grease that will last longer. I'll put this in writing. It'll last longer than the original motor lubricant developed by Singer, and it'll provide better protection for the motor, the gears, and will allow that motor to amp up at a higher level than the original motors with the original grease. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Fresh blood, fresh blood. And when you inject a motor like this with a fresh grease, the stuff you weren't able to dig out is forced out, and you can pluck it out of there so that it doesn't get introduced and contaminate the new grease again. All this yucky, disgusting stuff that was deep in the chambers that I couldn't safely reach with my dental tools is forced out. Get out! We don't want you anymore. You're done. And there's a fun shirt I just saw on the internet. They're so smart with their software. They can figure out what your last name is, and they can show you a shirt that you could buy, but I didn't buy it. I just showed it to you guys. So I'm a geller. I don't stop when I'm tired. I stop when I'm done. Hoorah! Hooah! Yeah, that's me. There's some more of that sludge that we forced out of there when we put in the new grease. The magic pink grease. A lot of requests for that magic pink grease. There's our caps for the bottom of those wells, and you have to clean those as well. It's like changing the oil filter on your car. If you leave the old oil filter and you put new oil in, all the crud in that filter is going to contaminate that oil. So we don't want to do that with our brand new grease, so those also get cleaned very thoroughly. Like that. There they are. Those are clean. New filter. Aha! There's our fresh grease, getting ready to give that motor every opportunity to succeed and to drive us across the finish line like it's already demonstrated today. Unbelievable. More cleaning, more optimizing, more restoring, more magic. You're not going to get this level of service, folks. Again, about 18 hours on this project compared to the 45 minutes on the high end. Probably more like 30 minutes you're going to get from a local sewing center. All of the stuff you've seen me mitigate to optimize this machine to bring it to greatness again would not be addressed by a local sewing center. They can't afford to do it. They'd go out of business. But because I'm a one-person operation, apart from my friends, of course, and because I have low overhead, I can do this. I can give a customer a level of experience and service that they would not get anywhere else in the world. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah, yuck. But the yuckiness is now on. Somebody's calling me. My phone is going relentless. I can't answer you. Wanda from area code 615. Somebody Google 615. There's a call coming in right now from Wanda from area code 615. Where is she from? Where's she from? Where's she from? Look at that. Boy, does that look better. Before we put that potted motor assembly back on. Getting ready to put that back into position again. Get it set just perfectly. Down to the very set screws that hold the mount of that on, because that's also in the chamber, and it's got to be absolutely spick and span. So here we have a really dazzling gal, and the caption reads, as you can probably see, "What, too much for the gym?" Have you ever been to a gym and seen somebody dressed like that? I think you'd give them a second look, wouldn't you? You might. Yeah, you might give them a second look. I think. I hope. Or at least you'd give them a curtsy or a bow or something like that. Yeah, we're looking at the side of the machine again. More cleaning, more optimizing. In this special little bottle, I have a special cleaning solution that I use for stripping old residue off. That only ran like about 3 seconds. Wow. Come on, guys. Help us out here, would you? I'm getting tired walking back and forth. I'm going to wear my shoes out. And that's the very beginning. That's where we fired the motor up. A very happy motor. A happy motor! And this is what? Photo set what? I don't remember. Photo set 4. I'm going to get the photo set 5 set up, but we're going to go back to the machine first and do more sewing. Yeah, that's what we'll launch with when we get back after some more sewing. Yeah. Okay, lights on again. Lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on, lights on. I do love my pink grease a lot, and again, it took me a while to develop this stuff. I wish I had been able to be back in the day so I could share it with Singer. I mean, I wouldn't just give it to him. I'd charge him a couple $1,000,000 for it, whatever, but yeah. Cool. All right, back to sewing. Lock it in place. Yeah, I can still feel my hands are cold. My hands are noticeably cold down here today. So even though it's warmer than it was, it's in the low teens. The low teens versus sub-zero, like it was the last couple of days. Yeah. All right, what should we sew next? We've done so far. Oh, these glasses are filthy. How can I even see? We've done so far elk hide, single layer, 2 layers. We've done 100% polyester ribbon material. We've done the material that the customer supplied, which is kind of a polyester cotton blend. We sewed anything else other than that? Yeah, I think that's about it. So now we'll move into some other materials as well. I like to sew a wide field of materials to give that machine the opportunity to really show off and show the wide field of materials that it can manage. So that's why I don't just do like one sew off and consider it done, as they do on some YouTube channels. Yeah. I think that's window dressing when they do that, but that's their choice. It's their channel. Yeah. It's their channel. Okay. So now let's do some of my 100% cotton. You see this stuff right here? 100% cotton. I have the equivalent of kind of a stiffener in between. It's almost like a cardboard type material, almost like kind of a quasi buckram or something like that. But I'll just call it Scott's stiffener in between the 2 layers of 100% cotton. And we'll buzz down this and see what we think. Yeah, let's do that. And I'll leave the pressure foot pressure where it is right now. It's a little bit on the lighter side because we're still sewing a lighter material. Put my clamps back on. All right, here we go. 100% cotton. This is not Kona cotton like the stuff that Paula Noel gave me. This is more of a basic type cotton from like a fat quarter. And we'll see what we think of this stuff. All right, I'll sew it real slow so that hopefully I don't get any bunching. Matter of fact, I'll back off the pressure foot pressure even a little bit more. All right, here we go, nice and slow. This machine is just going, was that it? Did we do it? Yep, you did it. Nice job. Nice job. Well done. Well done. So let me clip these threads and we'll go down one more time. Because I have such a huge piece of material here. I probably could have just gone around in a circle, couldn't I? I don't know why I pulled that out. That was kind of silly, but oh well. All right, let's just do that. We'll just create like a little block. We'll block it. All right, and I won't use my clamps at this point because it's kind of sewing towards me. So 100% cotton with Scott's stiffener in between. Let's see what we think of this. Here we go. Yeah. All right, now we'll do it right. Now we'll go down and around, even though we've already gone around a little bit. So here we go. Foot controller, there we go. All right, make that final turn. We will try to appease the box closers today. The music just stopped again, which is great. We'll do this final stitch line. Listen to the machine just running silky smooth. But it has a mightiness to it. I love the mighty factor. Here we go. So smooth. So smooth. All right, clip these threads, get the stitch off holder up there, and we'll take a look at this stitching that we just did. Again, 100% cotton, 2 layers. You can tell I didn't keep it super straight on the back, although I don't think I didn't do bad this time. I kept it overall pretty straight. This guy kind of cut uneven a little bit, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be absolutely perfect to be wonderful. Yeah, I love that quote. If anyone knows who shared that quote with me, type it in the chat. If you're the one that shared it, don't be shy. Don't be shy. No shyness. All right. Hold on a second. I'm going to refresh this page, see if that helps. Probably won't, but that's okay. Well, I hope you all are going to have a great weekend. And you'll want to watch for some live streams coming up pretty soon. Pretty soon. All right, turn this down a bit. Yeah. The soft piano music in the background there. All right, let's look at these stitches now. I'm already kind of seeing some of them. All right, let's check these out. All right, I just got to say the word. Take the kids out of the room. Put your hands over the ears of the grandchildren if they're watching with you right now. Those are sexy. And that's our top stitch. Those are sexy. Yeah, they are. Wow. Unbelievable. Solid page 34 plus. The light side. The heavy side. Yeah, just ignore that. I had a little bit of a thing going on there, but whatever. What can I say? They are spectacular, aren't they? Totality of the stitching, my hand off the camera. The spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch, everything about that stitch just cries out, page 34 plus! Page 34 plus! It's just spot on. It's bang on. It's awesome. Let's look at the lock stitch. See what we think of that. Again, 100% cotton. And I've got kind of my equivalent of a stiffener in between. My equivalent of a stiffener. Let's take a look at these, see what we think. Gorgeous, gorgeous stitching. I'm really glad I backed off that presser foot pressure, because otherwise we would have gotten some major feet issues going on, and also we probably would have gotten some distortion on those stitches. The clarity of the stitching and the stitch itself is just, it just doesn't get much better than that. It's absolutely gorgeous. Any of you that are in love with straight stitching, Roz, Paula, Emma, Joelle, Sunny, I could rattle off even more names. There it is. There's a straight stitch that makes a person at a quilting retreat drool over your machine. Why they drool on your machine, I don't know, but they just do. It's how they roll. They're droolers. So totality of the stitching, we already went around it twice. That's our lock stitch again. 2 layers of 100% cotton is just absolutely as it should be. I'm going to throw that to the back as a definite pass, and we'll see what we're going to sew next. Beautiful stitching. Wow. Wow. Okay. So if you're not impressed yet with this 1953 Singer 1591 that belongs to Teresa, and Joseph from the great state of Indiana, Indianapolis, Indiana, then yeah, you're hard to impress, because we have sown a wide field already. We've already done the sowing Olympics. Now we're going into the finals. Yeah, we're going for the stage again. You know what I mean? We're going for the stage. We want to get one more gold medal. One more gold medal. That's what we're aiming for. Gold or go home, right? Gold or go home. Okay, let me wipe off the bed a little bit. And again, the setup we're using, if you...
I won't forget this. Why do I regret this? In my mind, reckless. Thoughts are feeling endless. Sitting up, I'm breathless. Anxiety's infectious. I feel so defenseless, betrayed and embarrassed.
I think I'm going to skip this dude. This came on earlier. This guy gets a little bit off key here.
Emotion, anger ain't a potion. Rub it on like lotion. I can feel it soaking. Yo.
I'm going to skip that one. Some of these I was kind of shocked that YouTube has them, but I guess, you know, they're appealing to a certain audience, or a creator with a certain audience. They use a lot of swear words in them. This may be another one of them. Holy mackerel. Come on, YouTube. Family friendly, family friendly. This next one is called The Itch. The Itch. You're starting to itch right now. It's my fault. Sorry. Holy mackerel, dude! Take a break. I'm doing a lot of fast forwarding here. It's gonna stay family friendly, or I'm gonna shut these guys off. Jiminy Crickets! That one's called Bite Me. I think we'll skip that one straight away. All right, this one's called Believe. Maybe we can get through this one. Maybe not. All right, keep it clean, boys. All right, how about a little bit of acrylic fiber? Let's do acrylic fiber next, shall we? And I should explain, because I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. Acrylic fiber is used to make awnings. Crickets. All right, genre. Cinematic. Country. Classical. Apply. All right, I'm overriding those dudes. So this acrylic fiber is used to make awnings. It is incredibly durable stuff, designed to stand up against extreme temperatures, hot or cold, high winds. It's also stretched over frames, so it has a lot of tensile strength as well. And we're going to be going through just 3 layers of it, but understand that this stuff is like sandpaper as far as a needle going through it. It's very, very tough stuff. So 3 layers of this stuff is like sewing through probably 6 to 8 ounces of leather. And if anybody wants to get a sample of this, reach out to me. I'll mail you a small sample of this so you can try it on your machine. And even listen to this machine when it's sewing this stuff. You're going to hear as robust and strong as that motor is, and the drivetrain for this machine, it's going to struggle a little bit with this, because this stuff is incredibly tough. So take up arm at the highest position. Let's go down and around on this acrylic fiber. Here we go. Even when the needle hits it, like when I just hand turned it, it's like we're going through a chunk of wood or something. That stuff is just wicked strong, wicked strong. All right, down to the finish. Here we go. I'm not going to close the box this time. Beautiful stitching. Although, as I look at the stitching in advance, I can tell you that it probably could benefit from a little bit more upper tension. A little bit more upper tension. Because this stuff is downright wicked. Wicked! All right, we'll try to zoom in on this so you can see the stitching very clearly. All right, let me get my stitch off holder. We will look at the top stitch first and then the lock stitch. But on this acrylic fiber with 3 layers of this, again, used to make awnings, if we were sewing a ton of this, we would probably have to bump up the upper tension slightly. But we'll take a look at this and see what we think. Has anyone ever sewed acrylic fiber before? Used to make awnings? I doubt it. It's a pretty unusual material to have. It's a pretty targeted material, isn't it? You can just look at the weave of that. If I take my hand off the camera, you can look at the weave of this material and say, holy mackerel. It just has an intensity to it, doesn't it? You can tell that they're building this stuff and fortifying it to stand up against the most extreme elements. Wind, heat, cold, doesn't matter. Water, freezing, and it's just going to be bulletproof stuff. Crazy intense stuff, crazy intense. As intense as this music. Unbelievable. Totality of the stitching, I won't be able to go out very far because of the material being so busy, but you get the idea. It's going through 3 layers of this acrylic fiber, laying down a drop-dead gorgeous top stitch. So our bobbin case is working overtime to pull that down to define that stitch through a very, very difficult, nearly bulletproof type material, this acrylic fiber. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch now. And again, I'm a little bit reserved about the lock stitch. Look at the thickness of what we went through. 3 layers of this acrylic fiber. I'm a little bit reserved about the lock stitch. I think we're going to need more tension, but we'll see what we think. Here's the lock stitch now. This is our lock stitch. Through 3 layers of acrylic fiber. Yep, I'm absolutely right. More upper tension pulling that and defining that stitching more. There we're pretty solid. But again, when you're on the fringe of not having enough tension, upper or lower, you're going to get more inconsistent results. There we're spot on. With that little tipping of the stitch right there, see that stitch is tipped up? Another one tipped up right there, that's a tension factor. Because this stuff is so difficult to pierce, it's so difficult to get through, that you're going to be battling it a little bit. And we'll be able to see the clarity of the stitch with or without music. Thank goodness. But you'll be able to see the clarity of the stitch when I lay it down too. That we've got a nicely defined stitch, but it's just a little bit lacking on that upper tension. Where is it? There it is. So again, the stitch formation is spot on. We just need a little bit more of that upper tension pulling up to define that lock stitch. Same thing here. So if we were making awnings for a business, there's our totality of the stitching for the lock stitch. If we were making awnings for a business, we would know to adjust that upper tension up just slightly as that dual duty thread is trying to get pulled back through these 3 layers of Kevlar type awning material. We need just a little bit more pull to get that stitch just spot on with no tilt factor to it, as sometimes happens when that upper tension is just a little bit deficient. But all in all, I'm very pleased. Solid page 34 top and bottom with a little bit of refinement on the tension balance if we were going to be sewing a bunch of this stuff, a bunch of it. But I'm particularly impressed with that top stitch as I turn it over again. Particularly impressed with that top stitch, which on a material like this is not easy to nail. And we nailed it, even with a tiring needle that's already done a bunch of off-camera sewing, on-camera sewing. We've been going through like boatloads of leather as well, really kind of pushing this needle to the limit. And we're still nailing it in spite of that. Cool. All right, I'm going to throw this to the back as a pass as well. I think we'll do a little bit more leather sewing. This is going to be, having to look at it up close, this is going to be a protected full grain leather. I almost thought it was Italian leather for a moment, but I'm pretty sure that this is, let me double check. I'm going to look under with some magnification. Yeah, this is protected full grain leather. It almost has the look of Italian leather as far as the coloring, but it's not. So we'll do some protected full grain leather now. I'll probably just do 2 layers of it. Nothing monumental. Well, we're going to mostly be focusing on stitch quality. And again, we're using a non-leather needle, in case you missed that. I mentioned it several times, but you never know. I'm kind of wanting to do 3 layers of this. I thought about just folding it in half, but I really would like to do 3 layers. So this is what we're going to be sewing through right there. Hopefully I have my camera locked. I think I do. So I kind of push that together. Probably about 6 to 8 ounces of leather. But again, the difference with protected full grain leather is it's fortified with a special coating, a chemical coating, different than elk hide, but similar in that it fortifies the surface against staining and makes it more durable. So protected full grain leather is always going to be more difficult because of the way they process the leather. Okay? And just like the other sew off with the elk hide, I'm going to try to do this without a hand start. Get that take-up arm all the way up. All right, let me widen the shot so you can see that I'm not fudging, but we're going to launch into these 3 layers of protected full grain leather without using a hand start. Just the sheer grit and power of the machine after it's been restored in the workshop. Put a little bit of clamp on this to try to hold this together. All right, let's launch into this. I'll have to remove the clips obviously as we go down, but let's see how this machine does. No hand start. I'm just going to launch into it with the grit of the motor. We'll see how it does. The needle is getting a little bit more dull, so we may hit it and it may not go. We may just go into it and just get her done. So let's see what we think. I'm going to take that other clamp off so I can get a little bit more momentum going. All right, here we go. Folks, what do you say? What do you say? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. All right, I'm gonna leave it right here. I'm not even gonna clip the threads yet. Let me zoom in on this and let you look at this stitching straight away, even before we do the clip thing and all that. 3 layers of protective full grain leather. 3 layers. Look at this end. What do you think? Is that an easy sew off? Type in the chat if that's like a super easy sew off. Again, we're using a size 90-14 universal Schmetz needle. I love Schmetz. I know others do as well. But still, it's a tiring needle. It's a Coates & Clark dual duty thread, nothing fancy. No hand start. And watch what we just did. Watch. All right, now let me turn it sideways so you can see the stitch from the side too, as I get ready to clip the threads finally. I'm just going to put it right in front of the presser foot. All right, did I have it like that? Yes, I did. So this is our top stitch. That's our top stitch. Let's look at that. Now we're going to flip it over and look at the lock stitch. Again, 3 layers of protected full grain leather, folks. Yeah, I know it's almost looking Italian, isn't it? As I'm looking at that, the crinkling on it, the elephant skin. It's almost like it tricked us into thinking it's protected and it's actually Italian leather. Folks, it's leather. Let's just go with leather. The nap is looking more like Italian. Okay, all right, it might be Italian leather. It's 3 layers of Italian protected full grain leather. There we go. We're just going to combine the two. Page 34 plus, folks. Totality of the stitching. As I come out to right about there and I hit the button on the stupid YouTube music again. Aha! So totality of stitching, folks, what do you say? 3 layers of protected Italian leather. I think it's Italian leather. I was mistaken. It sure looked like protected full grain leather, but I think it's probably Italian based on the way I'm seeing it presenting now. Under scrutiny. But this leather, the 3 layers of it, not an easy sew off. Page 34 plus stitching. Let's turn it over and look at the lock stitch. And as I do that, I'm going to tilt it towards you to show you again what we went through. So now the lock stitch, which again on material is always going to be more challenging to generate. Let's take a look at this lock stitch. You can see how when that needle comes through it, it displaces that leather and leaves almost like a little skin tag. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Yeah, I'm going with Italian leather. 3 layers of Italian leather, let's just say that. Italian leather. So here's our totality of the stitching. So really, really good looking lock stitching. And if we were sewing a ton of this Italian style leather, that might be protected, but it's not. We would probably bump up the upper tension just a hair, because I can see with all of the difficulty of that thread trying to make its way back up through those 3 thick layers of this leather, it's lost just a little bit of its visibility. So we would fix that very easily by going from about 5 on the upper tension to probably about 5.5, maybe 6. But page 34 stitching, without a doubt, absolutely bang on. So I'm going to throw that to the back. Again, we did that with no hand start. And if you want to see what our sew-off sandwich looks like so far, set it right there and we'll kind of go through it real quick. Our sew-off sandwich so far is single layer of elk hide with absolutely page 34 plus stitching on it. We then bumped it up to 2 layers of elk hide, which is insane, with no hand start. And we went through that as well, laying down page 34 stitching. We then did the customer's material, which is kind of like a cotton polyester. Went down a super long sew off, getting great results for the top and the lock stitch. Absolutely bang on. We'll put that on the bottom because it's longer. Then we went into some real light side of this 100% polyester ribbon material and laid down page 34 plus stitching on that. We did this 100% cotton with the Scott stiffener in the middle and laid down absolutely gorgeous stitching there as well. We did the acrylic fiber, absolutely amazing stitching on that also. And then last but not least, we did this, what initially I was calling protected full grain leather, but I'm more convinced now that it's Italian leather, laying down page 34 plus stitching through 3 layers of this, no hand start. So you get an idea of the sew-off sandwich that we've already done right there. Wow. All right, let me throw that to the back. Yeah, I should have called that Italian from the get-go, because Italian leather has a much nappier back on it than protected full grain. Protected full grain generally have a much flatter nap. All right, how about a couple more progress shots, and then we'll do a couple more sew-offs and we'll wrap this premiere up. Sound good? All right. And again, I want you as students and fellow teachers to understand the uniqueness of the process that I take machines through that gives them the superpowers that you've seen today during this premiere. Again, you would be hard-pressed to find a 1591 that would be able to sew at the level with the ease that you've seen Teresa's machine do. It's just off the charts. So here I'm just kind of showing you final wrap up on that chamber adjacent to the machine motor, and just ready to get it done. Here I'm cleaning up the serial plate. Again, something that you wouldn't get at a normal service center. There's that balance wheel that has that unique spring return on it that allows that direct drive motor gear to engage without stripping this Teflon type material, which is what this is made out of, by allowing that balance wheel to flux a little bit as the motor engages it. It would be equivalent of, it protects that Teflon material on the balance wheel, like releasing the clutch on a racing transmission gradually instead of just popping it out where you could break gears. It allows just a little bit of a release of that energy as it's engaging. Very filthy right now, getting that all cleaned up. See the filth on that rag? Gives you an idea of all the buildup on there. More cleaning Also verifying snap rings as well, making sure that that assembly is functioning properly. And now we've married it back up with the gear coming off of the motor, and now we're cleaning the outside of it as well. There's our clutch retainer, and that also is very, very filthy, so we're going to take care of that as well. And the reason we do a special cleanup on that is because when you're disengaging that stop action, if this is all filthy, you're not going to get a smooth release, and you're going to have that main shaft turning when you're trying to wind a bobbin. So doing proper restoration and cleanup on that is essential. More cleanup. Special solvent to break down and degrease that. Spick and span as it should be. Putting it all back together with Herr Obermeister's help. I think he was also fixing his hair. You can kind of see his reflection there. Isn't it great when you can start to see the machine coming together? And I've got it elevated a little bit with a brick right now because when you're putting that clutch retainer on and you're trying to get that positioned and set up properly, it makes it a lot easier with that slight tilt. Busy workbench. More work, more wiring verification. This is a fun little thing, and I'm sure many of you could attest to the fact that you probably have said something like this and then caught yourself in the lie. I will not buy any more. I will not buy any fabric until I use my fabric stash at home, I said. And then I laughed and laughed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Busted! Now we're in the rear of the machine doing more servicing, adjustments, and cleaning. Also, I always check for cracking back there too. A lot of those parts are cast, and you can get cracking developing on them because of the energy that goes through them, the kinetics. Verification and cleaning. I love that flashlight, that new light I have. Oh, it's a bright puppy. Yeah, it is. Kind of see what I'm saying. How are you? How are you? How are you? Yeah, that's fun. Again, this extra little plate that was added, this class plate on the pillar, what year did they start doing that? Just for review, what year did they start adding those to the Singer machines? And that happened with not only household machines, but also light industrial machines as well. What year was that? Type it in the chat. There we're starting to get that serial plate cleaned up so you can read it a lot easier, can't you? And I can see now that I was mistaken, that was not a 3 on the end. That was actually a 9. That's how nasty it was. But it wouldn't have mattered anyway because we would have been able to classify the machine regardless of that second to the last digit. You can see there's a combination of actually rust and veneering on that A at the beginning. So if you typed in the chat 1953, you're absolutely right. Pat yourself on the back. Well done. Well done. So this was the before. Whoa, 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 we're going crazy here. Whoa, we went, where, what happened? Ah! Ah! Jiminy crickets. Crash and burn, crash and burn. That was scary. Things started going nuts. All right, let's get ahead again because we started way. This thing totally went glitzy. Okay, now I'm finally back to where I wanted to be. This new computer is really sensitive. So here is the badge mark before it was restored. Look at the coloration of it. Look at the darkness around the black ring on here. And there's no bright flash. This medallion on the front of the pillar should just draw your eye to it immediately. It should have a pizzazz factor. It's part of the jewelry for the machine, right? It's not impressing anyone right now. But after I've gotten done with it, look at it now. That's the before. That's the after. See the brightness restored? The clarity of it? The sparkle? The pizzazz? Before and after. Huge difference. Huge difference. More cleanup. Continuing to focus on that serial plate. There, now it's starting to come into form nicely where you can read it. It's got great clarity. It's got great clearness to it, doesn't it? One moment. Okay. This is not a Christmas song. I'm glad they clarified that for us, aren't you? So anyway, the serial plate should be easy to read, and it certainly wasn't in the beginning, but now we can see it very clearly. A lot of meticulous work there using dental tools, just trying to give it a nice, a nice general appearance. Yeah. Look at that badge mark now, along with the class bar that was started in 1953, and then the serial plate, that whole cluster of ornamental decoration, for lack of a better word. Again, it's part of the jewelry. It just has a real nice, there we go. It has a real nice pizzazz. And even that outer ring, the black outer ring, which had very minimalized, poor clarity and pizzazz, now it's just popping all over the place. Isn't that gorgeous? Isn't that gorgeous? And again, you wouldn't get that at a service center, duh, right? You wouldn't get it. It's all part of my comprehensive service for a machine. My goal is to bring it back to greatness, and that requires these steps as well. Not just performance related, but also appearance. There's part of our hook system. I should say all of our hook system. Totally disassembled and being optimized one piece at a time. Wow, big difference. Gorgeous. Coming together, coming together. And again, it's part of the brain center, right? Here you can see optimized, clean, restored, not restored. Right there. It just stands out. The contrast is obvious, I think. There we go. There we go. So optimized, optimized, not optimized over there. You can see right away the varnishing and the nastiness of it. Starting to work on that now, get that all as it should be. There we go. Yeah. And again, it's not just the appearance sake, because that's going to be underneath that slide plate. You're not going to be looking at it intentionally, but it's right in proximity to the brain center for the machine, the hook system, the raceway. You don't want any dirt migrating down there and diminishing the caliber and the quality of the stitching. Now we're doing something. Oh, wow. Man bites dog. Huh. That's a shame. I hope the dog's okay. And I think we went full circle. Yeah, we did. Full circle. Alright, now we have to find our spot again because the computer is not being nice. Set 6. Wow, 3 more sets. I might just post these. I really want you guys to see this stuff. I'll go through these kind of quick. Go through this next set. I might just post the links for the other ones. So that's part of our hook system right there, and it's just filthy. Really in a bad state. Faceplate. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. That's filthy. Right in the middle, clean on the outside. It's kind of a fun shot of the raceway, isn't it? You have the singer repairman kind of looking down at that magical area. Needle bar, pressure foot bar, absolutely filthy. You can see that right above. Isn't that awful? And again, that's right above the brain center. Right above the brain center. How does that look? Not very good, does it? Slow by slow, step by step. There we go. That's the way it's supposed to look. To be optimized, to be fully restored. You can look at that straight away and see the difference from the other shots. And you can still see on the bottom left side, I have not restored the presser foot lifter lever yet. That area is still a lot of gunked up and filthy. There we go. Starting to come into form now. Presser foot bar, needle bar is also getting restored as well. Morning, everybody. I have no idea what his name is, so don't ask. You can make up a name. Type it in the chat. Step by step. And you can see the amount of parts that I removed so that you can do the deep cleaning needed for the machine. It's not just a high-level cleaning, it's a deep cleaning. And you can see I'm coming through the rear of the needle plate area with a Q-tip there as well, cleaning some of that out. There's our plate cover. Getting that all cleaned up as well. Again, it's right above the brain center for the machine, so it's got to be optimized. More deep cleaning adjustments. There's our presser foot attachment, cleaning that as well. And that was a broken piece on the machine. That is going to be that bottom-most thread guide that I showed you that's right adjacent to the needle. And those get snapped off because, again, it's a real light gauge metal, so I had to replace that for the customer as well. So if anyone has, a little bit of age under their belt, they can look at this shot and probably figure out what it's trying to show us. So you're looking at, obviously, a Volkswagen Bug. Guy probably is having engine problems. What's wrong with that picture? Type it in the chat, would you? Type in the chat what's wrong with that picture. Well, if you typed that with a Volkswagen, the engine's actually in the back, so the smoke should be coming out of the back trunk area, and that area that he's looking at is actually where you would put your luggage. It's the trunk, opposite, Yeah, you know quite a bit about cars if you got that one right. I think we went full circle. That's our dirty hook system. Yeah, we went full circle. So that was set number 6, I think. I'm going to do some more sewing, and then we'll come back and look at set 7. I'm going to cover all of them. A lot of folks don't do Facebook, and they're going to miss these otherwise, and they might not see the link in the description, so yeah, we'll make it easy. Make it easy for everybody so that they get maximum education, or as my dad would have said, edumacation. So let's do some more sewing now. Let's go back to the needle for this Indianapolis, Indiana machine. What should we sew next? What can we sew next? Yeah, this is... I think we've done enough leather, quite honestly, but I might do this leather too, just for fun. And I'm going to look at the nap carefully this time. This is going to be protected full grain leather this time, although it sure looks like Italian. Because the nap is a lot flatter, but it could also be where they cut it from. So we're just going to go with protected full grain leather that thinks it's Italian. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. 2 layers of this as well. We'll go down and around with a very tiring needle. Get that take-up arm all the way up. And again, I'm going to try to do this without a hand start. I'm going to do this without a hand start. So I'm going to change the shot again so you can see that we're just launching with sheer grit and motor power. Again, this motor was not anything to brag about before I did my servicing and rewiring of it. Now it's got some crazy power. Alright, take-up arms all the way up. Yep. Let's see if we can launch into these 2 layers of protected full grain leather, and I'm hoping this needle will hold out as well. Alright, here we go. Alright, take these clamps off now. Now we're kind of on a hill here. Hopefully I don't have any traction issues. Here we go. Just rotating that balance wheel, I can feel how that leather is saying, no way. No way, buddy. Alright, here we go. I'm not going to close the box. All right. Wow, I'm glad we sewed this, because this is really, number 1, it's a crazy challenge. Number 2, it's really presenting the stitching beautifully. Kind of a calypso style music, isn't it? As long as it continues to play, that is. Okay, that should be our top stitch right there. Top stitch, lock stitch, yep. We get our stitch display holder. We'll take a look at this stitching on this. What I'm pretty sure is going to be protected full grain leather, but it does almost have the appearance of Italian. And again, depending on where they cut the leather from on the hide, it can have a very different look to it. So that's my excuse anyway. Excuse me. Alright, so here's our stitching. We're going to go across first. Again, you can look at the thickness of what we sew through, probably about 6 to 8 inches of leather. And I'm going to pause right there and just say page 34 plus. Look at the thickness. Look at the stitching. Amazing. And again, this was with no hand start. Yeah, it's kind of looking Italianish, isn't it? The elephant style. I'm just really having trouble naming leather today, apparently. Could be my glasses are dirty. Folks, I've gone all the way around. Totality of the stitching. Hand off the camera. There we go, finally. Folks, it's without saying. If you want to sew this Italian style leather and do a page 34 plus stitch so you can just go, look at that. Look at that! That's what we just did. That is brag-worthy stitching. Absolutely bang on. With a very tiring needle that's not even a leather needle. And it's absolutely spectacular stitching, isn't it? Let's turn over and look at the lock stitch. Oh, let me show you this too, from the side, the thickness. All right, so now the lock stitch. See what we think of that. It's got a cute little curly edge on it, doesn't it? Look at that. That's fun. Kind of like saying, "Hey, look at my thickness. Look at my thickness. Look at that." Ah! That's insane. No hand start. I said that a couple times. I know. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Yeah, I'm going with Italian. Amazing, amazing. Crazy thickness, and the clarity of the stitch is just off the charts. Totality of the stitching. Everything about that stitch is exactly what we want to be seeing. The stitch alignment, the clarity of the stitch spacing, the stitch presentation. There you go, page 34 plus. Go to the book of near perfect stitches. There's that picture right there. So a definite pass. I'm going to throw it to the back. Very, very satisfied, not only with the quality of stitching, but also the fact that we were able to accomplish this without even hand starting the machine, as you would have to do sometimes with leather of this thickness. Throw this to the side. Debating if I'm going to do this or not. I might do it very, very last. And I'm almost out of sew-offs now. I've got some of this bubblegum material. And if you're brand new to the channel, I'll zoom in on it and show you why we call it bubblegum material. All right, camera I think is finally locked in. So I call this bubblegum material because it's incredibly stretchy. It has some sort of a vinyl composition to it. Can you see that in the shot? I think you can. It's really elasticy and ergo bubblegum material. And you can see it also has a backing on it as well, which almost looks like it's used for probably covering chairs, Davenports or something like that. Kind of almost like a fake leather. And so it's got that backing on it as well to give it a little bit more stability, a little bit more strength. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of sew around in circles with it and just see how well I can manage this, which probably won't be horribly impressive, but hopefully the machine manages it well. Okay. So take up arm at the highest position. And let's do what I enjoy doing because I'm a kid at heart. Let's sew in a circle. Yeah, we should do that right now. Come out on this shot a little bit more so we can have more fun kind of watching me goof around here. Yeah, but goof around with a purpose because it shows maneuverability. It also shows feed dog management and material feed. And we accomplish all kinds of fun things by goofing off. Yeah, that's my excuse anyway. And plus we're doing it on a real stretchy bubblegum material. All right, here we go. Turn. turn. Take it nice and slow. Manage speed, manage speed. I'm just going to clip these threads real quick on the edge because I'm afraid I'm going to run them over. There we go. Now I can play. Hey! Scott's getting kind of cocky. He's going faster. All right, I'm stopping right there. That's enough. I'm like really stretching that stuff. And when I stretch it, it kind of distorts the stitching right in the center a little bit there. So that wasn't my goal, but hey, it happened anyway. So oh, and I can see something about this bubblegum material. We would have to increase, as I was really stretching it going through some of those turns, we would have to increase the upper tension a little bit to tighten up these lock stitches. Absolutely. We'd have to tighten them up. But that's a good lesson to learn, isn't it? So let's look at it like this first. Yeah, I can put it up here. That's fine. I'll just clamp it on top. So when you're sewing something like this and you're kind of pulling it to manipulate it over those feed dogs as you're trying to make these turns, the lesson that we've learned, if we're going to be sewing a lot of bubblegum material or material like this that tends to be a little bit stretchier, we're going to have to bump up that upper tension so that as we're pulling it, that needle and tension is going to be pulling that equally tight on the bottom so that it doesn't get distorted. We'll see. You'll see what I mean by distorted when we look at it. But right now we'll look at the stitching on top. But this is really thin, and the tension would be a factor as we're dealing with this material and we're manipulating it. Just kind of go across some of these rows simultaneously. I usually sew 2 layers of it so we have a little bit more room for the knot. It's a real tricky material to sew. I'm going to come out on totality of the stitching. This is tricky stuff to sew, very, very tricky. So all in all, I would say near page 34, but it's because I normally sew with 2 layers, so we have a little bit more stability when we're going through it. This time I sewed 1 layer and just decided to be a kid and sew in a circle. So we would have to manage the tension issue to get good quality, consistent page 34 type stitching from this type of material, as stretchy as it is, while we're trying to manipulate it and pull it a little bit and kind of navigate those turns very quickly as we're sewing it. It's yeah, it is what it is. So I'm going to turn it over, and here's where we're going to see the tension factor really evidenced. We're going to really see that tension issue evidenced, especially as I was pulling on this material and trying to make those turns before I ran out of space. There we go. Trying to get my clips in place. So again, as you're working with material like this, it's a combination of trying to find that sweet spot for presser foot pressure and also trying to find that sweet spot for tension so that you can manage a real tricky material. All in all, I'm pleased with it, but more fine-tuning would be necessary. See the little squiggliness there? That's a factor of tension, inadequate tension, as we're trying to maneuver those turns. Straight away we do fine, but as soon as we put pressure on that material, let me take my hand off of there. As soon as we put pressure on that material to navigate that turn, we're stretching the material a little bit because it has elasticity. It's not a rigid material. You can kind of see that on the front as I'm stretching it, and also the catacomb backing on it as well. Straight away, no worries. But as soon as we start to try to torque that material to make those tight turns, we distort the stitch. See that right there on that turn? And we could be successful if we sewed it slow with more upper tension. There, we're starting to come back straight away again, spot on. See that? We got that little wiggle to it as we're forcing it through that turn. And we didn't have quite enough upper tension to pull that taut as we're stretching the material. Straight away, page 34 plus. So there's nothing wrong with the machine. There's nothing wrong even with the operator. It's just that we didn't make that tension adjustment, considering we were sewing a single layer and forcing it through those turns. Yeah. So totality of the stitching, very pleased for a very difficult sew off. Again, bubblegum material in and of itself is inherently a very tricky material to sew with a tiring needle, and then also manipulating it through tight turns like this. So just take that into account. If you're sewing a material that has extra elasticity to it, you're going to have to make those tension adjustments, particularly on the lock stitch as you're maneuvering it, especially if you're doing tighter turns like this, to tighten up those stitches. But all in all, a brilliant job on the part of the machine and the operator. Yeah, I'll take a little bit of a high five for that. Tricky sew off, very tricky sew off. So I'm going to throw that to the back as well with our growing sew off sandwich. And we might just do one more sew off when we come back, and I'll give you a heads up as to what it's going to be. I think we're going to be stitching off this aluminum can. We're going to be stitching off this aluminum can that's also going to have a Scott stiffener on the inside. 2 layers of this. And we're going to be sewing it on this 1591 that's heading back to Indianapolis. And of course, I'll put a brand new needle in before I get the machine back to the owners. So, yeah, get this in position so we're all ready to do our thing. And this aluminum is real smooth. It's not going to damage the bed. It's going to move across the bed very evenly. I'm not going to force any strong turns. We'll just do a quick little square on it when we get back, okay? Yeah. And I don't drink this stuff. My youngest son does. And I'm sure it's probably like 200% sugar. Yeah. Yeah, all right. So our last little progress shots over here. There they are. That is, what we're looking at right there is a very filthy reflector that's inside of the light assembly. And yes, that's the back side, but again, dirt migrates, so if you leave that filth on there and just clean the front, you're going to end up making that, I almost said dirtying that reflector shield again, and diminishing your light on the bed and the needle. We don't want to do that. Let's not do that. This is actually, we're jumping all over the place. This is actually part of the foot controller assembly. And there's 2 spring returns that provide reverse tension when you're pushing the foot controller down, as I've done through this Premiere. You've got to have something that pulls that back and returns this back to a neutral system so that there's not electricity flowing through the foot controller. Without these springs, it would be an open circuit. It would cause that foot controller to superheat, and it could be a fire hazard. So thank goodness for the springs, right? What I noticed when I took this foot controller apart is that the springs had shifted from their proper position to a drop position, so they weren't fully closing that circuit, which could have been a very, very serious situation in allowing that to overheat. So that's part of what I did, along with all the other maintenance and adjustments as well. Now there's the back side of that reflector that goes in the top part of the lighting housing. Beautifully clean, beautifully restored now, and it's going to give maximum light for that bed. But here you can see in the shot, I haven't cleaned the left side. I did clean the right side, and you can see the stark contrast is what I was trying to show you there, especially if I zoom in. Nice and bright on that side, filthy on the other side still. Yeah. Half clean, half clean. Or as Mary Poppins says, half job not done. There we go. Now we're starting to get it the way it should be. Ready, ready, ready. Beautiful. Starting to get there. Every part of the light assembly is cleaned. So that requires disassembling it completely. Including the copper contacts that the bulb makes contact with. That also has to be cleaned as well. Verifying wiring as well. You can see how tedious my process is and why it takes about 18 times longer, 18 times longer than a standard service you would get at a sew and vac or something like that. These are part of the support brackets that hold the assembly together. Those are also filthy and they have some rust on them too. Getting those all cleaned up, and once I polish them, I also clean them with a solvent as well. You see all the parts for the light assembly there? This is a fun little thing here that I enjoy. You can read it just as easily as I can, but I'll read it for those that aren't looking at the screen or driving or otherwise and just listening to the premiere. First gentleman says, "My old eyes aren't what they used to be. Did you see where my ball went?" The other fella says, "Yep, but I can't remember." Part of the aging process, right? Our minds aren't quite as sharp as they used to be. And our eyes aren't either, are they? Yeah, that's okay. Aging is just part of the process, isn't it? Thank goodness for eyeglasses and other things to help us out, huh? And also memory exercises. There's our glass lens. Handle it very carefully because it can break. Sparkly clean. It's going to allow that light to pass through very easily and give us maximum lighting on the bed, isn't it? Doing a bypass now to check the light just to make sure everything is working properly. And there's a completed lighting assembly. Spick and span, ready to do the job. Getting it mounted back to the rear of the machine. Now we're going to clean the jewelry plate on the back as well. Get that all spick and span. There we go. Now that looks like jewelry, doesn't it? Spectacular. Getting it all put back on, getting the machine closer and closer to doing a premiere. Here's part of our mounting bracket for the side of the pillar where the electric junction connects for all the wires. There's that spool pin, which is looking rather nasty. And now we've polished it up and gotten it all spick and span. Now we have to install it as well. And installing it, never install a spool pin on a cast machine with a metal hammer. You always want to use a leather style mallet, okay? Otherwise you're going to be driving it all the way through and breaking the casting. There's the front of the chamber, which has electrodes running through it as well. It's electrified. So I'm cleaning the outside of that to get that nice spick and span. There's our tensioner for the front for winding a bobbin. Getting that all cleaned up and spick and span. Some of the tools of the trade there, just have them kind of laid out, some of the tools that we used for that restoration. Here we're looking at the foot controller again, doing some additional work on that. Cleaning copper contacts to increase electrical flow, and also verifying screws that are set screws, that they are locked and tight. Here we're calibrating the foot controller. If you didn't know it, this side of the foot controller is for calibration, how sensitive it is, how far you have to push it to get a response. You just don't want to screw this in too far because then you'll leave the circuit open and the foot controller could superheat and cause a fire. So you've got to have it so when it's fully released, there's no electrical flow whatsoever. There's that spring I was talking about. That's in the proper position, but see how this slipped down on both sides? It should be all the way at the top. Hopefully you can see that in the shot. So after all the cleaning and calibrating, we've got to get that spring moved back up to the proper position. Otherwise that circuit could be partly open and we could have a foot controller superheat, especially if someone, you know, says, I'm just going to run to the grocery store. I'm not going to go through the bother of unplugging the foot controller or unplugging the machine rather. I'm just going to leave it plugged in. I'll be back in an hour or so. You could come back to the fire department at your house, just to let you know that. So foot controllers, I say it all the time, you've got to optimize them with the motor, and you also have to inspect them for safety to keep you, the machine, and your domicile safe. Yeah. More cleaning, more calibrating. There we go. Now it's in the proper position. This spring before was all the way at the bottom. Now we have it in the correct position that it should have been to begin with. And we know that that circuit is going to be fully closed when we release the foot controller. And I think we went full circle. That's kind of where we started, isn't it? I believe so. I think that's full circle. Yeah. We went full circle. So I think we have one set of photos left. Set number 8. But each one of these sets has probably 40 to 50 photos. The reason I love to show these is because it evidences, it's not me just saying to you, I spent 16 to 18 hours on a sewing machine. You can see the photo progress shots of all the steps that I took that machine through. And again, this is only showing a fraction of the process. With over 300 plus photos, it tells the story right away, and it evidences the story of the depth of service and restoration that I've taken this machine through, right? That's the proof in the pudding. So here what am I doing with these 3 Q-tips in this power cord plug-in? I'm cleaning out those wells that have those copper contacts so that we have maximum conductivity. We're getting all the electricity that we can going into that machine. Otherwise, if it's being hindered by dirt and filth and everything else, we're only going to be getting a portion of that electrical flow. Here I've done some of my initial post-service sew-offs, and I've done it on this blue protected full grain leather, getting absolutely gorgeous page 34 stitching. And I always do that at the end because I'm so confident about my process. I don't even worry about how the machine is going to stitch until I get to the very end. And then if there's some hook timing issues or whatever, I can always deal with it at that point. I know everything else that could have hampered it has been dealt with. More cleaning on the foot controller, adjustments, verification. Final inspection of the wiring as well. Verifying of a screw holding those electrodes on. When I opened up this foot controller, those screws were only about probably 40% of the way screwed down. So the leads were actually pivoting from left to right, which probably would have caused interruption as far as the flow of the machine, you know what I mean? Because it wasn't making good contact. And then I'll also take them through an insulation process as well, as you can see me doing right now, so that none of that electricity is leaking out. It also will add a little bit of extra bite onto those screws so that if the foot controller is rattled around a lot or whatever, it's going to keep those screws nice and solid so that we're not potentially going to have an electrical issue. Getting that all seated in place, insulated. quick drying it with my torch. You can see there that we've got absolute cocoon around the end of that electrical lead so that we're not losing any of the electricity through that lead. That means maximum power, maximum efficiency. Extra cleaning on the foot controller casing, which is a Bakelite type material. If you didn't know it, Bakelite, the way it's manufactured, unlike some plastics that can be remelted and recycled, Bakelite cannot be recycled. And it can't be melted for repairs or something like that. Just putting a little bit more. I don't want to hear that again. I just got done doing that. Hold on a sec. See if I can put a little bit of reggae on. A little bit of reggae. So there we've got a calibrated, well-insulated, well-tuned, well-cleaned foot controller. So it's going to be an equal partner with that motor that's already been rewired and serviced. Putting it all back together now. But first of all, we have to clean those rubber feet because they are filthy. There we go, nice and clean. Also, the screws are cleaned as well that hold the assembly together. Why would you intentionally or unintentionally introduce more dirt to a clean environment, right? There's our contacts that the power cord plugs into. Those also have to be optimized and cleaned as well. Getting all that dirt out of there that could inhibit electrical flow. Final junction connection, all the wires coming together. The wires for the foot controller, the motor, the light, all come to that single junction point. And then I'm going to also insulate those. See how we have bare wires sticking out right now? Or at least bare copper leads. I'm also going to insulate those as well. There we go. Get that all nice and sealed so that we're not having any electricity leaking. Putting that assembly back together. Doing a little bit more cleaning on that power plug-in. This is a cute one. If anyone ever watched this program growing up, that was the Munsters, right? With Cousin It. And you can read what the caption says. If I adjust the camera, you can read it. Post-COVID, huh? Quarantine ends. We couldn't go to barbershops in that during quarantine, could we? So people did have family members cutting hair and everything else. There we go. That's nice and clean now, so it's going to give us maximum output. But even the plug that plugs into the wall to give power, that also has to be clean. That gets all oxidized, and it gets that green stuff on it as well. If Emma's in this premiere, she'll type in the chat what the green stuff is called that can form on copper. So that also has to be cleaned up and maximized as well, so we get a good electrical flow. Additional cleaning. Faceplate. Now we're starting to focus on the faceplate because that's also where the upper tension is located. And there you can see I've torn the entire upper tension apart, and each part will be cleaned, restored, and optimized. And I've said it before, and that's our release pin that I'm taking out there. These get kind of compressed sometimes that are threaded, and if you're having trouble getting the release pin out, you've got to do it very carefully, because these can crack very easily if you try to like jam a screwdriver down the middle or something like that. You just have to open them enough to get that release pin out so you can clean that as well. There we go, making some progress on that. One of the pieces of the upper tension there. There's our pressure discs that are so essential to maintaining upper tension so we can have a nicely defined lock stitch. Those require special cleaning and servicing as well. There's our spring that's part of the upper tension. That also has to be cleaned and optimized. Could you see the difference there? I hope you could. This is the before. It's actually covered in veneering or varnishing and rust. And then this is the after. Nice and shiny, nice and clean. It's not going to contaminate those discs that are so essential to the upper tension management. There it's fully assembled again, ready to do its job as you saw today in the premiere. Yeah, that's the way it should look. A little bit of lubrication over there by the bobbin winding tire. Getting some new felts in place. And again, felts are something that I pay for. I don't charge the customer for it. It's just part of my servicing and returning greatness to the machine. Because they are attractive, aren't they? Those pretty red felts. I like them. And I go with the thick ones. I don't go with the real thin, cheapy ones. There, I've done some post-servicing, restoring stitch-offs, and I'm inspecting them very closely. There, I sewed on some of that stretchy denim and got some beautiful page 34 plus stitching, as you can see in the shot. Spot on. Yeah. There's a John Lennon quote for you. Being honest may not get you a lot of friends, but it always gets you the right ones. I had never heard that quote before until I incorporated it into this. And that's the beginning. There we go. Well, I appreciate your endurance and your intelligence in recognizing the value of why I take you through all of those progress shots. I want you to really understand the difference that the workshop brings. And now, as a final capstone on our Sewing Olympics, after we went through all of the stuff that we have, now we're going to be stitching down some of this aluminum with a stiffener in between. After we've already put this Schmetz needle through so much abuse, now we're going to abuse it just a little bit more as we stitch around on this material. And I'm going to be smart this time and bump up my upper tension just a little bit before we venture to try to do this. Okay? Go to right about there so we can see that together. Yeah. So I'm going to bump up the upper tension a little bit so that we don't have the super wavy thread, hopefully. I just can't go too far. I'm going to take away from my top stitch, right? All right, so let's give this a go. Our final stitch off during this premiere, showcasing this 1953 Class 15-91, first introduced in what year? I've asked you this several times during the premiere. What was the first year that this model, the 1591, was introduced? What year was it first introduced? Quickly type it into the chat. Secondly, tell me what kind of hook system it has. Go ahead and do that. I'll get a quick drink of soda, and you can type that into the chat and show your brilliance. Now, if you want to be my favorite student, you can tell me what year they stopped making the 1591 too. All right, now I'm going to start stitching this while you're answering that, okay? gonna try to get a grip on this so that I can slide it into position. Here we go. All right, here we go. 2 layers of aluminum with a stiffener. And hopefully I don't break my needle. Makes a horrible sound, doesn't it? Right to there. That's awesome. That's as far as I'm going to go. I'm not going to try doing loopy doopy 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 again. Oh, is that spectacular? Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to set that down very gently. Come on, cut thread. All right, clipped all of our threads, I believe. And I'm going to set this here for just a moment. Wipe over my bed. Get our sew-off holder in place. Okay, and I think our barcode was facing up. So this will be our top stitch. Our barcode will face up. And we'll go around and look at this stitching. Again, 2 layers of aluminum with a stiffener in between. We'll take a look at this stitching, see what we think. All right, let's check this out. Well, that music lasted, what, about 3 seconds? All right, the heck with the music. We're just going to ignore the music now. So this again is our top stitch, which is absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Bang on. Totality of the stitching, let's go right about to there. Hand off the camera. You know what? You're sewing through metal. Aluminum is a type of metal, right? We're going through it with a size 90-14 universal needle. And we've already stitched. You can see the quality of stitching right there. It's absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Let me come out to remind you of what we already stitched. So we've already stitched all of the off-camera stuff that I did. Plus, during this premiere, we did bubblegum material. We did this Italian-style leather, 2 layers of that. We did this protected full grain, 3 layers of that. We did this acrylic fiber. We did this 100% cotton with a stiffener. We did this 100% polyester ribbon material. We did the customer's material as well, 3 layers of that if I remember correctly. We did a single layer of elkide, and then finally we did these 2 layers of elkide as well, which is like about 8 to 10 ounces of leather. We did all of this sewing, okay? All of this sewing. And then we decided as a last sew off, we're gonna sew metal. We're gonna sew metal. This aluminum can material, which, you know what, if you know the amount of pressure that a can like this has to endure, you get an idea of how strong this type of metal actually is, even though it's lightweight and it's aluminum. So 2 layers of that with a stiffener in between, and we just laid down page 34 plus stitching for the top stitch. Now let's turn it around and look at the lock stitch, and then I'll zoom in on that as well. This is our lock stitch where we kind of sewed around and through the ingredients of this stuff that my youngest son drinks regularly. Let's take a look at this stitching. This is our lock stitch again. See where that needle came through on that aluminum? Almost like a bullet hole. Absolutely spot on stitching. No skip stitches, no frayed thread. If we were trying to sew with 100% silk, we might have a little bit of a challenge there. Pause right there. So an excellent, what's 1% of what? Sodium. Total fat, 0. 8%. Carbohydrates. Total sugars, 19 grams. All right, any of you nurses that want to give Andy a call and tell Andy not to drink this stuff anymore, 19 grams of sugar. No protein, 18 milligrams of vitamin C. Okay, all right. 2 milligrams of niacin. Vitamin B6, 0.2 of a milligram. Yeah, it's not the greatest stuff, right? So totality of the stitching, let's take a look at that next. I'll get my hand off the camera. Totality of the stitching going through 2 layers of aluminum after all of the sew-offs that we did. I'm very, very happy with that result. Again, we're using a General Coats & Clark type dual duty thread. And we sewed all of this prior to doing this final sew-off. So this machine has graduated. I'm going to come out on the shot again, just show you. This machine has graduated, doing all of this on this premiere today, laying down absolutely drop-dead gorgeous stitching. Drop-dead gorgeous stitching. So if you're thinking about getting a 1591 and you buy it from another venue, knowing that they haven't done any of the servicing and restoration and optimization that you've seen me evidence through all of the progress shots, then be a smart consumer like a number of my friends have already done. Buy the machine elsewhere if you can get it at a great price. That's a blessing. That's wonderful. But have that seller send it directly to the workshop so I can take it through all of the process that you've seen me take Teresa's through, and then I'll ship it to you. So you're only paying for the shipping to get it to the workshop and the return shipping and then the servicing. And you're going to get a top shelf 1591 instead of a low shelf 1591 that's going to frustrate you. Does that make sense? I want to give you every opportunity to celebrate a machine when you sit down to it, just as Teresa will be able to do down in Indianapolis, Indiana. Instead of every time you sit down to it, you're going to be like, well, is it going to be a good day today? Knowing that that motor and the assembly and all the other mechanical, electrical components on that machine that you bought and had them ship it directly to you, none of that stuff has been done. Just know that. It hasn't been done. So you might have an electrical system that's open and not closed when you're not pushing the foot controller. You might burn your house down. You might have a machine that just doesn't even come close to the level of performance you saw Teresa's do today. Why would you settle for less? Why would you settle for mediocrity instead of world-class excellence? Top shelf machine that's gone through this extensive process. You know, don't settle for that. Settle for excellence. That's who you are. So that brings it to a close. And if I didn't cover it already, I asked you, when was this machine first introduced? The answer is 1932. And they produced it from 1932 to 1956. So some of you that I'm really close with and have become very good friends with, I know some of you were born in the 1950s. That's when this machine would have gone out of commission in 1956. So they made it for about 24 years. And about 3 years after this machine was introduced in 1932, in 1935 they introduced the big brother that would take over, the 201-2, and that was made from 1935 until 1961. So they ran with the 201-2 a little bit longer than the 1591. They ran that in production for 26 years versus the 24 years that the 1591 was produced. So both outstanding machines. I know a number of you, including myself, own both. You own a 201-2 the Rolls Royce of Singer sewing machines, and the little brother, the 1591 that I presented to you today. Incredible potted machines to own, especially if they've gone through the workshop process and are running at the top of their game. Not only are they performing leaps and bounds across any other 1591 around the world, doesn't matter where it's at, but they're also going to operate safely and serve you for a lifetime. So that little extra investment of sending it to the workshop, whether you're buying it from another person and saying, don't send it to me, as many of you have said, send it directly to the workshop in Oconto, Wisconsin, so Scott can go over it surgically. Now, if that seller has been honest with you, they're not going to hesitate and say, yeah, absolutely, that makes sense. I've heard of Scott. Yeah, absolutely, I'll do that straight away. If they've been less than honest in telling you that they went through that machine already and it's ready to go, when I show you what that machine actually has on the inside, you're probably never going to buy from that seller again, to be perfectly honest. So if you're one of the sellers, and I know many sellers will watch my videos, either a premiere like this or a live stream, because you learn so much as you're flipping machines, as you're selling machines, and maybe even stepping into the space of trying to learn how to get that machine to be running better. Then know that I'm going to take it through the same process, and I'm going to reveal whether you were an honest broker or whether you were a less than honorable seller. So do your part, and if you want to just list the machine as is, but you stitched off something, and just say, you know what, I haven't gone through it completely, then I will have greater respect for you than if you say, this is a fully restored machine, and then I get it into the workshop, as I have with a number of machines, including this one, where someone claims to have done wondrous things to it, but as soon as you start to dig into the machine, it's evident that they haven't done what they promised to do. So be an honest broker and do what you can, and then I'll do the rest. Fair enough? Yeah. Okay. Take care. I would love to end with some music, but YouTube is broke. YouTube's broke! So I'm just going to put on something. If it plays for 3 seconds, it plays for 3 seconds. And we'll go from there. Take care, everybody. God bless. Tripping over its stick. Yeah, that's gorgeous. Well, while I'm kind of wrapping this up, letting this beautiful piece of music, hopefully it actually gets to the end before it stops. But finish up your chat with folks. Get to know, forge some new friendships. Chat with somebody new that you haven't met before. If you're still in the shadows, step out when you're ready and let us make you feel welcome. God bless you guys. Thanks so much for being a part and really the wind underneath my wings that inspires me to continue doing the wondrous work of legacy work, giving heirlooms to families, restoring machines that have been forgotten, and showing you the greatness of machines that have arrived from around the world. Yeah, that's cool. A job that actually makes a difference. Not a widget factory. Even though I could probably make a few more bucks there, it wouldn't be legacy work, would it? No. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. Yeah, and you keep doing what you're doing. Strive towards greatness. God bless you.